Well, it's nice. It is my pleasure to do this. Yeah, we should have like one, like, I can have I know. I will. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody in Topeka. How are you all today? Are you in Topeka able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Outstanding. Well, I'd like to go ahead and get started. My name is Tobias Wood, the chair for today, and I would like to start off with welcoming everyone that's joining us online. Also, welcome everyone that is fortunate enough to have a belly full of coffee and juice, and I imagine quite a bit of other goodies. So we'll start things off today with the roll call. So Kayla, would you take it over, please?
Please let me know if you guys are here and present. Jennifer King. Trisha Backman, here. Tobias Wood.
Here.
Barney Poncianis. Brooke Moore, here. Whitney George.
Here.
Lena Kisner.
Here.
Michelle Warner.
Here.
Paul Buck. Dr. Troy Pitch. Laura Thompson.
Here. Good morning.
Chris Ruffett.
Here.
Lindsay Graff.
Here.
Rebecca Schultz. Jennifer Kaczynski. Sabrina Rischel. Marvin Miller.
Here.
Jennifer Kerr.
Here.
Brandon Gay. Leslie Gerard. Here. And then there's Jim McNeese. We have Rocky Nichols or Mike Burgess.
He had to step out. He'll be back.
John Harding
Here.
and Luann Barron.
Here.
Okay, was that everyone?
Caitlin. Ashley Ann.
I'm sorry. We also have Ashley in with us.
Very good. Is there anybody else that that believes to be a voting member or an ex officio member that that did not get named? All right. So I would like to start off today again, welcoming everyone. Just some housekeeping details. If you are new to Zoom, welcome to 2023. So we have at the bottom of the screen, there is a button called Reactions, under which there is an icon to raise the hand. So if you have some comment that you'd like to make, or if you have a question, I would like you to click that button to raise the hand, and then once you've been called, click the button again to lower your hand. That way we can keep some order between the folks that are in person and the folks that are online. So also, if you are newer to this process or need a refresher, the document that was sent with the packet that Kayla sent out for the annual report draft at the very end has a section I have named C acronyms. So it has 3 pages of acronyms for you. So if you hear an acronym that you don't recognize, you can tackle that and see if you can find it. I would also ask that any of the speakers or presenters today do a fair job of not only identifying the acronyms, but explaining that acronym during your presentation. I know that I am both in the military and in education, and between the two, there are enough acronyms to fill multiple volumes. So let's go ahead and get started today with public comment. Do we have anybody that has requested public comment, Kayla?
I have not received any today, advice.
Okay, do we have anybody either virtually or in the room that would like to speak at public comment? Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so we are ready to get started with McKinney-Vento homeless report. Maureen and Roxanne.
So do you want me to just stay here or?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, I wasn't sure. So I'd like to thank everybody for having us here this morning. Can everybody hear me? I can really.
We have a
speak
microphone
louder.
right above you.
Those are
Yeah.
the, okay.
We
I'll
can
look
hear you
this way.
online just fine.
Okay. Kayla, are you going to do the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. I wanted to just take a second and introduce myself. My name is Maureen. I'm the McKinney-Vento coordinator here at the KSDE, and I'd like to introduce my new coworker, new-ish, I guess it's been a couple months, Roxanne Zillinger, and I'll let her say hi and where she comes from.
Hello, I'm Roxanne. I'm new with KSDE and I do have a background in early childhood education and previously worked for Kansas Department of Health and Environment.
So Roxanne is new to the McKinney-Vento team. When I say McKinney-Vento, and I can only see like folks in the room, I think I'm notoriously poor at doing presentations where there's a virtual and an in-person because I'm just not sure where I'm supposed to look. So,
It's right there.
okay. So does everybody have an idea of what McKinney-Vento, does that term sound familiar to most people?
Can you go, some of us know, but some might not. Can you go ahead and just explain it?
Oh yeah, I'm going to do, I just kind of wanted to get a feel for where we were in the room, but it's hard for me to see. Okay, next slide, please. So the McKinney-Vento Assistance Act was originally signed in 1987 by President Reagan. And this is essentially what it says. This is kind of legalese, but basically the gist of it is we have to provide every educational opportunity to families and students experiencing homelessness that we would provide to any other student in the school. That's a long way to say it, but that is the actual quote from the statute. Next slide, please. So in 2015, McKinney-Vento has been reauthorized a number of times over the year, most recently in 2015. For those of you who may not be aware, in 2015, it became a law for every school district in the country to have a McKinney-Vento liaison, someone who was in that capacity in your school district. In most school districts, that person wears a number of hats, but there is a requirement to have somebody assigned. That was one of the things that came into place in 2015 when it was reauthorized. And also it afforded the opportunity for McKinney-Vento grants. And I'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. Next slide, please. So students that are experiencing homelessness, here's just kind of a real short bulleted list of some of the characteristics that we typically see. I'd like to point out number 3 or bullet number 3rd dot down, I guess at this point. A lot of McKinney-Vento kids, we do know they have special education needs, and that would be more applicable to this group here in terms of kind of the issues and stresses that we see for our McKinney-Vento kids. I'm going to talk about the definition of homelessness on the McKinney-Vento side because there are multiple definitions of homelessness. Next slide, please. And feel free to stop me at any time if you have questions. Okay, so who under McKinney-Vento is considered to be homeless? In order to qualify or be eligible for McKinney-Vento services, you need to have, as a student, lost your housing due to a hardship of some kind. Now, that could be a natural disaster. That could be parents that went their separate ways and kids are now staying with one parent who's not in the home that everyone was originally in. It could be a number of different things, but there has to be a hardship. So examples of things that would not be eligible for McKinney-Vento would be, for instance, if I was taking a job across the country, I sold my house here, I was staying temporarily in a hotel until such time as my house sold and I could buy a new one. That is not McKinney-Vento. That's an intentional decision. McKinney-Vento has to be prompted by something that spurs a loss of housing. Or, next slide, please. A fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. So you could be someplace that is fixed and not moving on a regular basis, but that could be, the 24-hour laundromat. Or just because it's not moving doesn't mean it's designed to be a residence every night. So there's a couple different categories. These are the two big categories of McKinney-Vento students: accompanied and unaccompanied. And an unaccompanied youth is a student without a full legal guardian or parent. So just because you're unaccompanied does not necessarily mean you don't have a caring adult with you. It just means that that caring adult, if you have one, is not necessarily your full legal guardian or parent. So if you're staying with a grandmother, an older sister, an uncle, or just a family member or a friend of the family, you would be considered unaccompanied if that adult does not have custody of you in the legal court-appointed manner. So are there any questions? I'll stop and ask for questions along the way. Any questions?
No one has raised their hand in the online group.
Okay, thank you. I can't see everybody, so thank you for monitoring that for me. An accompanied McKinney-Vento student does have at least one full legal parent or guardian with them. Next slide, please. So something that may be a little bit, if you're not totally familiar with some of the McKinney-Vento roles, it is a requirement, this is the federal statute, that schools and states, we have to develop and review and revise policies that will remove barriers for McKinney-Vento kids to receive the same education opportunities as students that are not unhoused. So things like transportation and school fees, we have to review those on a regular basis at the district level and at the state level to try to identify those policies and procedures which may be throwing up barriers for our McKinney-Vento kids. Next slide. So the local liaison that I mentioned a little earlier, that is a requirement on the federal side, has basically the final say in who is eligible and who isn't. McKinney-Vento decisions are made on a case-by-case basis. And, I can't tell you how many times I get questions from people who are looking for yes or no answers. And almost always with McKinney-Vento, the answer is it depends. So there really needs to be a discussion at the district level. And I get involved when it's not that easy to make that decision, or there may be some other things going on that are not making it a clear-cut decision. It's always a depends. But the local liaison, whoever that is identified by the district, is the person that is supposed to be making those decisions. I put a link in here for the National Center for Homeless Education. I'll speak a little bit about them in a minute. And for those of you who want a little more information on determining eligibility for McKinney-Vento, it is the last bullet there. Some of the bullets are different colors, but okay. Next slide, please. All right, so where are we in Kansas? This is the Kansas data for 21-22, so last year. So for those of you who are not familiar with how the data timeline, okay? At the end of the school year, so in May, or at some point at the end of the school year, the district provides us the number of McKinney-Vento students they have recorded in their district. And we have to provide that number after it's reviewed and tallied and all of that. We have to provide that number to the Department of Ed. That deadline is usually or not usually, it's in December, right before Christmas, actually. The final deadline is December the 21st. So we're always looking at our data a year backwards. So we have the 21-22 data. And this is required for me to post it on our website. It's public information. If your district reported 9 or fewer McKinney-Vento students, you're not on this list for privacy reasons. If you have 10 or more, you are on this list. Next slide, please. So in the 21-22 school year, we had a total of 7,129 identified students. Now, keep in mind, this is K through 12. This is not preschool and early childhood, and these are only the kids that we know about based on the definition that we talked about a little earlier in the presentation. So we know that the number could be much higher than that. If we add in the early childhood side, the general guidance on the national level is if you have 7,000 kids, K through 12, you probably have that many in the 0 to 6 range again, that are McKinney-Vento. So that becomes the challenge for us to identify those students. Of that 7,129, you can see how they're broken out a little bit. Again, this is all data that is given to us by the school districts. So 891 unaccompanied kids, these will be kids that do not have a legal parent or guardian with them. And it goes on from there into different categories. Does anybody have questions? Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to identify the unaccompanied youth and link that with disability? Does the data system do that?
So the question is, so you're asking if there's overlap, are the unaccompanied kids?
I just want to, yeah, are you able to pull from the system this child, this particular student?
The
Is
unaccompanied youth
unaccompanied
that
and also
are,
has a
that also
disability?
has a disability. I'm not sure how that data gets categorized out. I would have to look that up with our data person, double check that. I'm not totally sure that there's an overlap there. that
Yeah,
we
I'm not
know.
sure why I never thought to ask this before, but that would solve the, we're not getting any requests for an education advocate.
Sure.
And so that would help us to know how to reach those kids.
Okay, yeah, good. I'll make a note of that.
At least help inform.
Yeah, it was something,
Yeah,
right.
The questions.
Right.
Mhm.
Because I need somebody's acting on our behalf, but it's not
Right.
the person.
Right.
I have a question. So at the district level, they would know perhaps who that would be.
Well, yeah, but
But you wouldn't know that, but I mean.
no, but my point is, we're not getting.
Right,
any
you're not
requests.
getting.
I'd be shocked if none of those kids.
Right,
Right.
Yeah,
right, right.
we don't have a single one that's been requested.
I bet it's because most of the time it's person acting as parent is served.
That would be
Could
my
that,
guess
like,
too.
they end up-
Mhm. That would be
But
my
still would
guess,
be
too.
good information.
Yeah, it would. So I'll just kind of touch a little bit on identification of the students. Your housing status is FERPA protected. So it really becomes an issue of who in the district needs to know that the student is experiencing homelessness. Is it necessary, or is there kind of an internal sort of code that we can't identify them like in a directory with, a house with a line drawn through it. We can't do anything like that. So, no, it has happened. So it is FERPA protected. So I don't know the names of any of these students, and I shouldn't. I don't need to. Okay. Next slide, please. So here's kind of the trend where we are over the last several years. Now, the 18-19 school year is widely considered to be the last year before COVID, where we had data that was fairly accurate on our head count as far as McKinney-Vento students are concerned. And in that year, we had 9,000 K through 12, 9,014 to be exact. We usually run as a state between 7 and 10. So 9,000 is about the average. You can see that number dropped. That number is in the orange. I guess it's orange depending on what the color on your screen looks like. It's orange. That number dropped in 1920, again in 2021. We recovered a little bit in 21-22, back up to 7,129. And I fully expect at the end of this year, if the information that I'm getting from my local liaisons is any indication, we will be probably at 10 again at the end of this year.
Maureen, I have a question.
Yes.
This is Tobias. So looking at that dip from 18-19 to through 2020, 2021, and then the rise in 2021-22. My question is about the confidence in the LEAs in their reporting, because it could be, you know, as we're looking at decreasing in numbers, if we are not seeing, if we're seeing a decrease in those numbers, how confident are we that we're not getting information from those students who may not be reporting, or from the LEAs that may not report accurate data?
So I'm going to be the first to tell you, during the pandemic, our McKinney-Vento families, for lack of a better term, went missing. It's a highly mobile cross-section to start with, and during the pandemic, when parents were really struggling, we know that there were a lot of kids who, instead of attending classes virtually or otherwise, they were watching younger kids or, you know, extended families or taking care of grandparents. We know that. So the rise in 21-22 is these students are returning to the classroom and they're getting identified. I had liaisons literally frantically looking for families in 19 and 20 and 21. They just did not know where they were. The technology is a challenge. Families struggle to keep phones. They struggle to keep access. It's really challenging, even without a pandemic going on, to know where our McKinney-Vento families are at any given time. So I think what we're seeing with the recovery of the numbers is the kids are showing back up and we have eyes on kids again.
And Maureen, we also had rental protection for families
Correct.
during the COVID opportunity where they were not put out of their housing.
Right.
So there was also some protection by the federal government that you could not put a person on the street during the COVID time.
Right.
So we know some of these kids did get housing at that time.
And
Okay.
the mortgage protections have gone away too. So
Yeah, well, the reason I bring it up is I don't know if there should be maybe an asterisk or maybe some kind of explanation on this slide so that the appearance of, hey, look, we're finding homes for all these kiddos over this 3-year track. And all of a sudden it looks like there's a spike and we've got more homelessness. So, you know, the idea of what I don't want to have is I wouldn't want this to be misinterpreted.
no, right. And I tend to put with this slide, when I'm giving it to people who want to see it, I have notes at the bottom of it that say exactly that. The pandemic really put a dent in the number of kids that we were identifying.
I figured as much. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. McKinney-Vento emergency funding. Some of you are probably really familiar with the huge amounts of money that came out to the school districts through ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3. If you've talked to Doug or Tate or Dean, you're probably very familiar with those terms. Something that may be less known is there was a lot of money set aside specifically for McKinney-Vento population. It could not be used in the same way the ESSER funds were used, and it was a lot of money nationwide, $800 million nationwide. The amount of money that came to Kansas was about 5 million and change, which is huge for us because we usually run about $600,000 for our grant program. So let me just back up a second and kind of talk about the different funding sources for McKinney-Vento kids. The first funding source is always going to be your local community input, donations, that sort of thing. And then your Title I money. Every district in Kansas that receives Title I money and nationwide is required to put a set aside specific to McKinney-Vento kids. This is usually done in the local consolidated plan, the application. And that money is, we don't tell you how much you have to set aside, other than it's a district size thing. So if you are a district that is small, $500 is your minimum. If you're a district with over, I think 1,500 kids, don't quote me on that, your minimum is $1,500. So that's the Title I set aside. That's every district. It's not a lot of money. And there's no additional funding coming to you for that. That's just part of your title money that you are required to set aside. Okay. Next category is the McKinney-Vento sub grants. This is a 3-year grant round. It's competitive. And we normally have 10 to 12 districts that receive those grants. Usually the bigger districts with the higher numbers of McKinney-Vento population. That's usually $600,000, $700,000. So that's comes every 3 years. We get it, it's renewed every year, but it's a 3-year competitive cycle. When the ARP funding came out for McKinney-Vento, so that's American Rescue Plan, McKinney-Vento money, we had an additional we had $5 million coming to us. And we had very strict requirements on how that money was to be dispersed. The first round of that money was a little over $1 million. That would be ARP 1, American Rescue Plan 1. That money was also competitive. It went to the 12 districts that received the normal competitive grant. So there are 12 districts that have a competitive grant and the ARP 1 funding. ARP 2 funding was the larger portion of the money at $4,083,000 and change. Every single district in Kansas was eligible for a portion of this money. This money had to be set up in consortiums by rule of the federal government if that portion was $5,000 or less. So the way it shook out for us here in Kansas, we have 4 large consortium, ESDAC and Orion, Greenbush, Smoky Hill, Southwest Plains. Most of the school districts in Kansas are part of one of those consortiums. And then there are 64 other districts that were over that $5,000 mark and also wanted to be their own fiscal agent. So there's a total of 68 ARP 2 grants. And Roxanne is the person who has taken Kim Muff's place, if you were working with Kim Muff at all, on the ARP 2 funding. Roxanne is stepping into that role, and that's where we're at now. All of that $4 million has been disseminated out to the districts, and we're working with the districts on their plans and getting it spent. Does anybody have questions? That was a lot of information. Okay.
Do the ARP funds expire?
Yes, next slide, please. Yep. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Kayla, it was on the previous slide. Down in the right-hand corner, we can't totally see it because of the gallery, but the funds are available through September of 20. You have to have them encumbered by September of 2024, and then they have to be completely drawn down by the end of January 2025. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's some resources. I'm watching my time. Here's some resources on the national level for McKinney-Vento. I put this on here first because these are the big organizations that are working hard to advocate for our families and kids experiencing homelessness. I'll point out the National Center for Homeless Education. They are the technical assistance arm for the federal government group that works specifically with McKinney-Vento. They are out of Greensboro, North Carolina. That we just refer to them as NCHE. And then Schoolhouse Connection, they are on Capitol Hill. They are the advocacy group, and they did put together the bipartisan agreement on the Hill that secured that $800 million to go specifically for McKinney-Vento students. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a little small, but if you were to be interested in some of the data that the technical assistance group pulls together, this data is collected through EdFacts, and they are usually working with, you know, the time lag that I talked about earlier when the data gets submitted and when they clean it up. I wanted to kind of point out these two categories. That link will take you to the data and statistics page on the NCHE larger website. The chronic absenteeism and the graduation rates. These are two issues that on the federal side, we are hearing a lot about. There are ad hoc committees that are being formed on the state coordinator side to look at this data and kind of try to wash and see how we can improve some of these rates. We know that over the pandemic years, McKinney-Vento students really got lost some ground. They definitely lost some ground. So for instance, I wanted to just talk real quickly without going into a lot of detail. If you were to look at the chronically absent data, so you wanted to click on that, and I wasn't going to plan to do that, but if you clicked on the chronic absentee data, there you would see nationwide all of the data collected for every state. And I just wanted to point out some of the data for Kansas that is in that document. In school year 18-19, the nationwide chronic absentee rate was 37% for McKinney-Vento students. In 18-19 for Kansas, the chronically absent rate was 33.5. That's all in that document. It's really big. It's a lot of pages, a lot of it, you know, data. So I just pulled out a couple of things I thought you might be interested in. If we fast forward to 2021, the Kansas chronic absenteeism rate for McKinney-Vento students jumps to 41.5%. So we have some work to do on the McKinney-Vento side, since we know that our McKinney-Vento kids tend to be special education kids. There's a lot of overlap of that. We have a lot of work to do on our McKinney-Vento side. I'll say that as a team, Roxanne and I are working with NCHE currently. We're trying to scrub our data and come up with a plan to identify where we need to do some work, because we can drill this down to district level through the data that NCHE has. I'm not going to get into that here because that's days and days of talk, but we can do that. And so we have a plan in place. We're working with them to along those lines right now. Questions?
That's really serious.
It is very serious.
Yeah.
It is very serious. And because the federal government put so much money into the McKinney-Vento program specifically, $800 million was an unbelievable amount of money to go out nationwide just for McKinney-Vento kids. They are going to want to see on the ARP side of things that they're getting a return for that money. So I know from sitting on state coordinator meetings that these are the two areas that the federal government is really focused on: chronic absenteeism and graduation rates. There's a lot of data in there on graduation rates. And if you were to click on that larger page, the amount of scrolling down and data is just, it's unbelievable the amount of information on that one page.
So then Maureen, are you then, do you work then with Robin and David and CSAS on the graduation and absentees and?
Well, right now, we haven't, we're just looking at that data and evaluating it, and that's kind of where NCHE was coming in to help us look at it at a district level thing, but yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, so where does special ed and McKinney-Vento collide? How do they kind of interact with each other? Again, on the same NCHE larger page, the link there to the legislation and the special ed information on McKinney-Vento and how those two kind of interact together, the things that we need to be doing on the special ed side for McKinney-Vento kids. Again, this is like days and days of professional development and training. We don't have time to go into it, but the information is out there. If you want to have questions about how to get to this information, please don't hesitate to contact me. I will be happy to try to point you in the right direction. The learning curve is steep. I do not pretend to be an expert on how all of these different pieces of the puzzle can work together. We're trying to get there. Next slide, please. So, wow, that was 25 minutes, yay! So, again, my name's Maureen, and that's my contact information. Roxanne is sitting to my left, probably your right if you're looking at me on camera, and we are here to help. We will try to answer questions and do the best we can for you.
That was awesome.
Well, thank you very much, Maureen. This is Tobias. So I do have one question.
Yeah.
Is there, did Kansas and the state boost the number of staff to accommodate for the additional requirements from the federal government?
You're looking at the two of us. We, this was just me until the ARC funding came around, and then we acquired Kim Muff. She had been working with the literacy grant. She's moved on to another position, and that's what Roxanne. So we build capacity by one.
Very good. Well, the follow-up to that is, do you feel that you have adequate staff to complete the tasks that you've been given?
That's probably a discussion to have with Bert.
Okay.
I'm going to sidestep that.
Right. Well, the reason I bring it up is because I know that anytime there's a lot of federal funds that come down, there's like you said, there's that expectation of a return on investment.
Right.
And that means that there needs to be work done in the middle, and you are the middle. I just want to be aware, and maybe the members of the group to be aware, that we don't want to burn anybody out by trying to expect too much of any one person or any team. So just keep that in the back of the head as you're going through this, as you're trying to anticipate what those next steps are. Just paying attention to that workload, make sure we don't burn anybody out. So do we have any other questions from either online or from the members in the room? Okay, hearing none. That was a great presentation. I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Okay, next up on our agenda is assessments. This is a discussion item with Beth.
Tobias, we had to switch. Beth had to present to the board, so we have David Brinkoff and Robin with graduation requirements.
Okay, are they in the room?
Yes.
We are.
Okay, take it away.
Hello, my name is Dr. David Brinkoff, and I have with me Dr. Robin Kelso. And so we're going to present on the changes to the high school graduation requirements. And I believe Kayla has the PowerPoint. And so Robin and I are going to go over the requirements, but definitely interrupt us and ask us questions throughout the presentation. And we will definitely get questions at the end also. And we'll go from there. And Robin, I'll let you start.
Okay, so there's a magical number I want you to remember when we're talking about these changes, and that magical number is 2028. Which is when these will take effect. That is the graduating class. I believe that we had to write this down several times, but we believe they're seventh graders right now. So 2028 is the magical number. And when these were released, the phone calls, everybody seemed to think this is tomorrow. This is the next day. No, 2028. So there's several pieces to this that the board, we spent about, I don't know, how long, Trish, about a year. Trish was also
a year and a half.
Yeah, we spent about a year and a half evaluating, understanding that the world changes more quickly than perhaps we would like in education. And so a task force was formed and we met. This is kind of the end product from all of that. And while it may sound like it's the same, there are some tweaks to be aware of moving forward, starting with mastery and competency. There's some pieces that KSDE is currently working on, developing guidance, how to award credit, and establish criteria for alternative avenues to credit attainment, whether that's, an opt-out test, whether that's a score on the ACT or SAT. Guidance is coming on that, but here's what you need to know too. Local districts have always had the ability to work on mastery and competency, and as special education people, you know that. You are the forefront runners on mastery and competency and have been for a number of years, so that nothing's really changed with that, except that KSDE, as I understand it, is going to take a more forward role in defining some of these pieces of what mastery and competency actually looks like. So next slide.
So one thing that is going to change, students will be completing 2 or more post-secondary assets from either of 2 categories aligned with their individual plans of study. And please note that these lists are not complete. These are examples that we're going to be showing you. And we imagine as the time progresses that these lists are going to grow, but we had to have a starting point. So as we advance through the slides, these are just starting points with the list. But Kayla, if you want to go to the next slide. So some career and real world examples of some ideas of what could qualify for the post-secondary list. For the real world, anything on this list, I'm not going to read the whole list to you, anything from students that are participating in things such as Girl Scouts, Eagle Scout, and or Boy Scouts, earning the Eagle Scout Award, participating in 4-H, if they are doing a JROTC, if they're doing becoming a CTE scholar, if they're doing obtaining their 90% attendance rate, if they're doing the skill of biliteracy, which is something they can obtain by doing the foreign language piece. That's something that we push for here at the agency. There is a youth apprenticeship. There's 40 more community service hours. This list just can go on and on it. And as we've been talking about this, every time we meet on it, it seems like we find more things that could be added to this list. And Kayla, if you want to go to the next page. The academic examples can go on and on. ACT, there would be the score of 21 or higher. The work keys level silver or higher, accomplishing 9+ college hours. State assessment scores of 3 or 4 higher for math, ELA or science. The SAT score, that score has changed from what it has been in the past. So that's something you might take note of. But this list also has been growing the more we have been having conversations. And again, this is just some ideas of what could be on this list. But at the end of the day, and if I didn't mention on the other page, there was athletics that was listed on the page too. Truly, we're just wanting to have some well-rounded students that are doing more than just attending class. We wanting to make sure that they are doing some things outside of just coming to school and then going home and doing nothing after they go home. So that was that piece. And so we wanted to give some examples to at least start that conversation. Anything to add for this?
Well, that's
Can you tell me what ASVAB is?
That's
It's
the-
not coming to me.
It's a
American
military.
It's a military test.
It's what they take to get competencies into the military.
Yes,
For their MOS, for instance.
yes.
Actually, give some quick one.
Okay. It does. Are we right, Tobias?
Yes, you are.
Referring to our military expert.
It's quite a battery. I've administered it before.
So on the next few pages, we're going to talk about the changes, and there was a lot of debate downstairs at the board meetings on the changes of what there were going to be, because we have 21 credits for students for graduation that the state requires. And we still have 21 credits for graduation at the state level, but there's been some changes of what those 21 credits look like for the students to graduate. So Robin's going to go over some of those changes and what those look like.
So, and I don't know, I could put this in this nice little box like this, but it's super helpful. So we still have 4 credits of English language arts, but under the new classification, again, in 2028, 2028, they're gonna be transcripted 3.5, the English language arts that we know and love today, and then a half credit of communications, which can cover, just your speech class, forensics, journalism, any sort of public speaking, public engagement sort of things, will be that half credit, and those will be transcribed separately. So I think the guidance is that it's gonna be that you have a separate class, not that you just incorporated those standards into your English curriculum. So society and humanities, what used to be called history, social studies, no change, well, a minor change in that we've kind of expanded the fine arts category, music, dance, theater, those can all now count for your 1 credit of fine arts, but we're still at the 3 social studies, which is world, US, and government, along with your fine arts, and that's our society and humanities class, or classification is how we're looking at that. So, and the next slide, please. Go. What used to be science and math, 3 of each, is now called STEM. You still need your 3 math, which covers your algebraic and geometric concepts. You still need your 3 science, which is physical, biological, and earth space. And then you need 1 STEM elective. And that's pretty much going to be a local control decision how districts want to classify that STEM elective, things that we thought of. And again, this list, not anything that we're suggesting here is not finite. This is a fluid, ongoing piece that we're working with, but your STEM elective could be your highest level CTE class, your application class, robotics, your computer class could fall under here. Advanced science, physics, and beyond. So any of those would fall under this STEM elective. And again, the thought is that if the student and district is engaging with the IPS process with intention and fidelity, they should have kind of a ballpark idea of what that STEM elective class is going to look like for student, regardless of post-high school plans. So, and then the last one is employability and life skills. This used to be called electives. We kind of wanted to get away from that term, to get away from the students who say, it's just an elective. No. It is more than just that. So a change here, we used to require just 1 credit of PE and health, and now those are going to be split and transcribed separately. So you're going to need a half credit of PE and a half credit of health. I know that, it used to be that there would be, 4.5 days of PE and a half day of health in some districts. And so we're trying to be intentional about that health piece as we look at student health, and some of the data coming out about student health in Kansas is not particularly encouraging. So I want to be intentional about that health piece. There's also going to be a new half credit of financial literacy. There are standards. Helen Swanson and Nate McAllister have been first and foremost on this. And so there's things out there for that already. It could also be placed across a bunch of different curriculums. So that's a local control decision where that might be placed. And then the last part is 4.5 of, again, choices that sort of are driven by what your IPS is looking like as you go through your high school career. So everything old is new again, I guess I'd say, with some just little tweaks on how we classify them and how we transcribe them.
And I would add, so this is the 21 minimum for the state. Most school districts have more than the 21 state minimum. Most school districts are sitting around at least the 25, if not higher, for the requirements for to graduate. So that's something to keep in mind as the students are required to graduate at their school district. They have more than what we're going over now to graduate at their school district. The 21 minimum is a what was that? Sorry.
Floor.
Yeah, it's the minimum. Now there is that the requirement for students that if they've been in foster care while they are in state custody in high school, they are by law required to be at the state minimum, whatever the state minimum is set at. So that's something just to keep in mind. Also, if they have been in, I believe it's the way it's worded. So like if they're in a juvenile detention center, they also are required to be at the only have to meet the state minimum. So that's something to be aware of. It's good. Sometimes administrators are now aware of that. So that's something also to be aware of. Just good information to have and make sure the administrators are aware as it move forward. But excited to see how this goes and moves forward. And yes, it's the current 7th graders. Originally, they were going to try doing it with the students that are in 8th grade, but realized things weren't going to be able to get through in time. So there's some time to get things into place. But yes, the current 7th graders are going to be freshmen sooner than later. So we got to get things put into place. But it's when they graduate is the 2028. So we would definitely have questions here at the end, but as we're talking and looking at these, are there any questions? And we do have a facts page we're going to go over to with some common questions that we'll have here in just a second. But as you were looking at these, any questions that have come up yet? And
We don't have any questions from members that are online.
oh, there are. Go ahead.
No, we do not have any
Do
questions.
not. Okay, Shannon, go ahead.
So you would talked about the foster care, the 21 base minimum applies to that. Is that at any point that they're in foster care in high school?
At any point in time from being enrolled as a freshman, if you're in foster care, at that point on, they automatically qualify.
Does that include then our homeless population?
Foster care and McKinney-Vento are different.
I know, but does that 21 for apply to the McKinney-Vento?
No.
No, it's the way, not the way it's written.
No, the district, if they have authority from their board, they can do that.
Right.
But McKinney-Vento was not specifically stated in that. No.
We encourage school districts to work with their board to give the administrators the authority to use the 21 minimum on a case-by-case basis, because sometimes the 21 makes sense for the students. Maybe having that elective doesn't make sense for the student. Stand between them and graduation. So we a lot of school districts give the authority to their administration. Some school districts have it, they want it brought in front of the school board on a case-by-case basis. For smaller school districts, that makes sense. For some of the large school districts, that it doesn't make sense for the time to have to go over student by student. But it really just depends on the school, what their policy is.
Very robust conversations came up during our breakout sessions within our groups about our kids who have special ed services. Can we write that into the IEP? And a lot of people felt that if we have kids who have, if we have where we can put that in line with their individualized plan of study. So McKinney-Vento kids were brought up during that conversation. If they have an IEP and we know they've been part of a transient population, that should be written and included into the IEP, that they are going to be written in legally, that they can only have to have the minimum as a requirement, because no matter what school district they go to, that'll be documented from district to district, as well as the justice involved youth. But then we looked at a lot of kids who might need to be going to the delayed entry plan of the military. So if they're in ROTC and they have behavior issues, this gives them that opportunity to transition sooner than later. So there were a lot of really good conversations about, does this need to be something written into the IEP? A lot of people said it's better to err on the side of safety to put it in the legal document than to leave it unsaid, and what if they move? So
going a little bit of a tangent, because we're talking about foster care and because that's something as a former foster parent, because I serve on I'm part of the board of Kansas Children's Service League. And so before COVID hit, we were looking here at the agency of doing something with foster care students and having something set up virtual for students to because a lot of our foster care students are so migrant, they started in one foster home and go around so much. We were trying to find a solution so that if they are moving around so much that they at least have 1 or 2 courses that they don't have to completely start over so much. So we started that conversation and then COVID hit. So it went onto the back burner.
Right.
So conversations have started again of trying to figure out a solution so that if they start that math course in one district, and that we can have something set up so that they can keep that same course and continue working on that same course as they move from district to district. And very much in beginning phases of conversation, but it's very much something that we're trying to find a solution. Is we're not talking a statewide virtual. Virtual is something else that we're in charge of. But it's a conversation that beginning phases of conversation of trying to figure out something for our foster students, because as you can imagine for a student, how difficult it is going from district to district, different math programs, having to start over when you have some districts that go semester by semester, while other districts are set up tri-semesters. It can be incredibly difficult and students are struggling to be able to get credits complete. So it's very much on our radar here, but it's something that it came up in conversations, I know, when we were talking about credits to graduate, because how can it not when it's such a student population that's affected? So
I'd also like to throw in there for consideration when you guys are having that conversation, students with significant mental health needs that are hospitalized at some point during their high school experience.
absolutely. It's a tangent I could definitely talk on for a long time.
yeah.
But-
I think that having conversations, because there's a lot of kids who are in that situation that may not necessarily qualify for an IEP, or their diagnosis doesn't give them legal services through an IEP. So if the school has that documented, and we had a lot of conversations about attaching that to their kid's ID number. And so in the justice involved setting where I was, anytime a kid left, like they could leave on a Tuesday because that's their discharge date. So what we did was submitting grade book information saying Johnny completed 79% of English 1A, which he's done it 3 or 4 times because he did it in 2 weeks, going through and he can master all that. He's done Romeo and Juliet a million times because every time he moves, he has to start English 1A over again. So we're just hoping there's a way we can find consistency of care, maybe uploading it to the kids' program with their ID and uploading that individualized plan of study. So that consistency of care and lack of learning or the learning gap doesn't continue, no matter what situation they find themselves in.
Well, and hopefully with our new system that's to replace the KID system eventually, hopefully that will help too. I know that that's a big undertaking and I'm not for sure everything that I will be able to do, but hopefully that's something that time will tell. Yeah.
David, this is
So,
Tobias. I have a question when you have a minute.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So did I hear you correctly say that you were going to address virtual learning soon?
Both Robin and I oversee the virtual learning at the state level, so I can definitely answer questions on virtual. So if now we can do that, or if you want us to finish up the slide, we have 3 more slides, then we can talk virtual if you would like.
Please finish.
Okay, absolutely. Next slide, Kayla. So FAFSA, and if you want to hit the next button, there's a little paragraph that's on this page also. So this one's going to be a little bit more difficult, but is one thing that they threw onto the recommendations, is that the Kansas Board of Regents made the recommendation for mandatory completion of the FAFSA prior to graduation. There is an opt-out for students to complete this, but this is one that went through also. So there had been some difficulties, my understanding, of having students do the FAFSA. So this piece was also put through. There's definitely some politics that we don't need to get into on this piece, but this is a piece that also is being put through is the FAFSA to be completed for students when before they graduate.
Is that also for 2028? Because the FAFSA on the McKinney-Vento side is a major undertaking.
Mhm. I know there's a lot of strategies about how to get it filled out, and there's also strategies about the opting out piece of it too. So I imagine when we get closer to that date, there'll be some more guidance on it. Bert, you sit in a different seat than both Robin and I do. Has there been any leadership guidance or conversation on this that you might have any more guidance, and maybe not?
No, they haven't
Okay.
given us any information on it, and it was thrown in as a focus area, and parents can opt out.
Right.
But the idea is that it's such a great opportunity for grant funds for students. And a lot of students, parents don't fill it out. They don't want anybody to know their information. And therefore the student suffers because they're not entitled to either tuition or whatever at the university, which they may be entitled to. I know my sister ended up with a grant and got money each month, and it paid her tuition. So she wouldn't have been able to go to school at all if she hadn't had the information filled out on the FAFSA. And the consideration is that the income level has gone up. So a lot of parents think, well, we make too much. Not necessarily. Until you fill the form out, you don't know.
So the challenge on the McKinney-Vento side is for the unaccompanied kids, taking the parental requirement out. And Schoolhouse Connection has been working hard on the Hill. They have an entire section of their website dedicated to FAFSA and higher ed. But it is a challenge for McKinney-Vento kids to not have to put in the parent information. So there's definitely stuff underway to make that easier for them. And if it becomes a requirement statewide in 2028, that's actually not a piece of information that I knew. So that's good to know.
Absolutely.
When we talked about that, we also talked about, because this did, like he said, got added on like last minute. We also talked about, what about the kids in the justice involved settings that qualify for Kansas Care Up? Or what about how does this affect the Kansas Promise Act if they apply for that? And then they also apply. So with foster kids, does the educational advocate have the right to fill this out? So there were a lot of conversations about when this got kind of last minute brought up. We were like, okay, well, there's a lot of other things to consider there, and a lot of guidance needs to be given still.
So stay tuned, I guess,
Yeah.
is the short answer on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, well, just for unaccompanied kids in general, they can make their own decisions except for IEPs. They can enroll themselves in school. So the question for me becomes, can they opt themselves out of this?
Right. Oh, I don't think that even got brought up.
I'm sure it didn't.
Well. You didn't participate in that. Yeah, I mean, you weren't at the table that day, so that was, thank you. That's a great topic.
If they're the age of eligibility, then yes, they can. Which would be 18.
Can our 18.
But unaccompanied kids can do a lot way before 18.
Yes. If they've been adjudicated to be their own rights, have their own rights. Oftentimes the judge gives them that authority at age 16. For some children, they go to court and the court says you can make your own decisions now because there's no adult to make them. We still look at education and advocacy whenever possible for underage.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And we're happy to do a presentation to group.
Thank you, Leslie. We might put that on a future agenda.
Good questions.
Yeah.
So on another piece that came into it would be next slide for us, Kayla, sorry. So there's the recommendation was a review committees to be put together to gather input to provide recommendations to the State Board of Education on potential changes in the future I know that Randy, when he was talking, or sorry, Dr. Watson was talking about the amount of time that went between the changes this time and last time. We're talking decades between the amount of time that went between the actual changes on the really true amount of changes between the requirements. So I think we recognize that maybe we need to have a committee that keeps a little bit closer an eye on the requirements, so we don't go so long and not have quite so much difficulty, because it was a difficult group, not a group interactions, but difficult to get to understand.
The startup of it.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and not because it was during COVID, it was just, where do you start?
Yeah, it was like, what subcommittees do we need? Yeah,
Right.
but I agree, the ongoing was a wonderful suggestion.
Yes. And then, Kayla, do you send this PowerPoint out to the group? Okay, because on the next page of the PowerPoint, if we didn't send this out, I was gonna make sure you guys knew where to get to the link. So this, I believe, is hyperlinked in the PowerPoint. We do have the new graduation requirements FAQ that's on the website. So I want to make sure that you guys are aware of this, because we're constantly updating our FAQ page. We are constantly getting questions from the field on what about this scenario? What about this scenario? And just when you think we finally have just about every question answered, another one comes up like, oh, well, that's a good question. So then we'll add to our list of questions. So I would highly encourage you to share the FAQ with your administration friends, because it's very helpful for them to be aware of it. And we have been sending it out, we have been sharing it, but it's one thing to send it out on the listservs, it's another thing for you to tell people about it. Because it's definitely information that we think will be useful for people to have and to read through. And like I said, it is being updated. So to print it off is useful for a week or 2 weeks time, but then it's going to become dated because we are continuing to update it. So any more questions on the information that we presented, and then we'll jump over to virtual, because we could definitely talk virtual for a while, or Bert can definitely invite us back if he wants to. We can
It's up
talk
to
virtual.
Tobias if he wants us to have an opportunity to bring it now, and we can then add it in the future as well.
Well, the reason I bring it up is twofold. Number one, I anticipate that many of our students that have IEPs, or if they are having difficulty in a classroom setting, the virtual options might be something that these students might find beneficial. The reason I bring it up is I had a question whether or not the local districts do they get to decide what qualifies as a unit of science or math?
All right, when you're talking, are you talking virtual or just in general?
Let's go in general first.
In general, I would say that would be a local controlled choice.
As long as they meet the standards.
And Robin added, as long as they meet the standards, but yes, I would say that's going to be a local controlled choice. Now, I would say if it's a science, I would be having your science teacher, that your person that's licensed in that area, agreeing, signing off on it. But yes, it would be a local controlled choice.
Okay, and so thinking now in a virtual capacity, what does the state have any control over what qualifies as a unit of science?
I would be the same. It would be the same. So do you have a little bit more give me a little bit more detail to the question, and then I'll answer.
Okay, well, so during the lockdown, when everybody was virtual, I became aware of a school district that was using the GED ready practice tests as an assessment for their virtual learning.
Were they doing it as virtual, or are they doing it as remote? Because remember, it's two different things.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, because that would be my first question.
So Tobias, can I ask a clarifying question? So am I hearing you say, because I'm familiar with those GED practice. So they would go through the practice packets, and if the kid showed competency or mastery in it, the school was granting credit based on using those packets during the remote/virtual setting. Is that what you're saying?
That is my understanding.
Mhm.
I would say that would not be best practice, but by any means, there's most definitely local control that comes into play. But we definitely, at the state level, I would be, guidance would be that's not best practice by any means.
So what level of accountability do those districts have to submit that documentation showing this is what we used?
Mhm.
Yeah,
That would be the first question is, was it remote or virtual? Because the same thing would go into play is the accountability factor comes into play, just the same thing with there's the accreditation factor, because at the end of the day, we're accrediting school, and when a student's going to a class, I mean, how much oversight do we have when students going to class? And so there's the level of trust that comes into play too. So
what keeps the school from, if they thought that that was acceptable practice in their district, what keeps the school from continuing that practice down the road? Because that's where I know that I've seen that myself, where it can be, okay, so this was acceptable and is it best practice? However, I agree with you. I don't know that it is. We are no longer in remote settings or not being able to be face to face, but if they did it before, what keeps a district from continuing it?
right, so I can speak to virtual, we have a monitoring process set into place, that there's a 3-year rotating process that's set into place, and that they can be flagged that they're monitored more than every 3 years. If there are lots of things put into place, if they have a change in their virtual director, if their scores are flagged, they can be monitored. It can be also because their state assessment scores are there. There's lots of different things that can flag them that they'll have to be monitored more than every 3 years. So we have things set into place, along with the paperwork that has to be turned in every year, along with one of their pieces of paper that's signed off on every year, the accountability piece that the superintendent signed off on. So there is things we have set in place for a virtual side of things. So if things like what's being stated are happening in a district, there is that accountability side that the conversation and more could and should be happening if things of that sort were to continue to happen. Clearly, I'm not going to sit here and say it's not happening across the state, because I'm not going to be naive and say I know everything that's going on in every single school district in the state, but I would like to think that we have a good idea of what's going on in the districts in the state, because of the things that we have set up in. But the flip side is if you see something or you're aware of something, I would ask you to let us know if you are made aware of something. But from the sounds of it and what have just been reported, sounds to me like that was a remote incident and not a virtual.
Very good. Well, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you for your presentation. That was very informative. Do we have any other questions from either the room or from the folks that are virtual?
And the only thing is I was going to set the stage for Beth when she does get here, because I know that she's going to be talking about assessments. And one of the other pieces of our job that Robin and I do is we oversee the report for graduation. And in October, we do the graduation rates and everything that goes along with that. And so one of the pieces of the graduation rates is the students with disabilities. And so the graduation rate went up for the 2022. So 2021, you were sitting at 81% or 81.1%, and it went up to the 83%. So I just wanted to set the stage for when Beth comes to give you a report for the assessment. So I believe Beth is still downstairs with the state board. So I don't know what's next on your agenda, but I wanted to set the stage for when Beth gets here with that 83%.
Well, thank you very much for that. It sounds like there's some great things that are happening at the state level, and again, I appreciate your work and I appreciate your report for us today.
Rob, thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So, having you'd mentioned the agenda and the fact that we have some shifting around. Next up on our agenda we've got either a break at 10:30 or we've got the alternative monitoring of correctional facilities with Stacy Martin and Heather Gould. Do we know if Stacy and Heather are prepared for their presentation?
Don't know. I haven't talked to them.
Okay.
I just don't know if they're ready.
Yeah. What?
Let's do this then. So we've accounted for a 20-minute break in our agenda. Let's plan to take that break now at 10 o'clock, and we will reconvene at 10:20. And if we could, Kayla, would you mind checking in with Stacy and Heather to see if they are available for their presentation? And then that might also give Beth a chance to catch up. And then at that point, we will address the agenda to see if there's any more changes that need to be made.
Hey, Tobias,
Yes.
Shanna is in the room sitting next to me, and she said when we come back from break, if they aren't here, that she's ready, so she would be willing to slide up in the queue, if you will.
Outstanding. So let's have that be our plan A. So Shanna, please be prepared when we come back at 10:30, or excuse me, 10:20. And then we will assess when we get back the other two presentations.
Oh, there's that.
All right, 10:20. Thank you.
In time for break. I set the
Did you
stage
plan
for
on
you.
that?
Well, good morning, everyone. I've got 10:20 on the time X. So let's go ahead and get started. I understand that that Beth had returned from her presentation and is prepared to deliver her presentation on assessments. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm ready.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, very good. So thank you for the opportunity to share the assessment results with you. So work on career standards and assessment services. It's a large team, pretty equivalent to what SES would be in the agency. So part of the responsibility on our team would be career, which is career and technical education. That's why I was down at the board meeting earlier, because we have the student organizations, CTSOs, presenting to the board today on what each of their different organizations is doing. And the topic that they were asked to speak on was how that related to IPS. So I don't know, you know, there's some board goals that have just really been embraced, and some that, because of how they've been implemented anytime, of course, become a little bit more controversial. So IPS will be one of the things on the career standards and assessment team we'll be working on over this next year to see how we can just fine tune it, make it so it's not a checklist, but for all students. And so I think that's something that this group might be interested in the future, is to talk about how IPS is working with the special education students. Then we have career standards. So we on our team work with the content standards. Now the early childhood standards obviously are pretty much done with the early childhood team, although we're part of it. But so content standards, we have the assessed standards, which would be English, ELA, math, science, which are for federal accountability. And then we also assess history, government, social studies, which is another topic of conversation if you're in the assessment world. And then the non-assessed standards. So that would be fine arts. So we have music standards, art standards, dance standards. We have world language standards that aren't assessed. So, and then assessments, which is what I'm here to talk to you about today. And so today I'm limiting this conversation to just federal accountability assessments, which would be English, arts, and math. And those assessments are given every year to all students in grades 3 through 8, and once in high school, which at this point in time is 10th grade. Also within the assessment world, we have the opportunity for all students to take ACT once in high school, which we've identified in 11th grade. And we also offer work keys to all students. And we give that opportunity to students either depending on the student's needs and the high school, whether they want to do that their junior year or their senior year. But the state will pay one time for that package of assessments, 3 assessments. So that's where we are with assessments. We also, of course, as you know, because it's one of the goals that you look at, would be the NAEP results. And so NAEP is given every other year, the national assessment. And that the year got switched because of COVID. So they didn't assess, and then they assessed in 20. Yeah, so we went from odd years to even years. Okay. Which is, so we just have released these NAEP assessment results we did last fall. The only controversy with that is it's a national assessment, and so every state kind of looks at those results a little bit different. But then the release of those results, now that they've gone to even years, has some political implications that it might not have had before, because then it's tied closely to the election. So if education is a hot topic in any type of election, whether that's local, state, or federal, and then the results are coming out, it could be a hot topic that, I mean, I guess I questioned the last time when I actually went to the release of the NAEP results, is like, really, we're doing this, like everyone knew, I'm expected, right? our hypothesis was that nationally, as well as in the state, that because students had disruptions because of COVID, that assessment scores were probably going to decline. And why would you release that the few weeks before election, when that topic of whether kids should have been in school or shouldn't be in school and what's happening? I wasn't part of any of that political conversation, but it seemed a little strange to me that they did that.
So yesterday, Marvin had a question about
Norming Fastbridge.
norming and then about whether or not there's any talk at the national level of renorming any of these assessments such as NAEP as a result of
The COVID bubble.
COVID bubble. And I just thought it was a really good question. I hadn't heard any extended this or any talk at all, but as you're sitting here, Beth, I'm thinking, you may have heard some of in your circles.
Okay, so I'm gonna just take a couple different answers to this. Right, so you brought up Fastbridge first, so let's speak a little bit about Fastbridge and the national norms. And the data is based on it would be the same thing as NWEA math. ACT used to be a norm reference test. They claim they're standards based now, so that's another type of conversation. But so you look at large numbers of students and make decisions on how you're going to make decisions based on student performance, based on the norms. Okay, so NAEP is a state assessments are a standards-based test. Okay, so we look at this, we have our content standards and the test items are written to the standards, to a blueprint, and then a decision is made, how many of those standards should students demonstrate that they know for different proficiency levels. Very different from norm reference, because the norm is like, you're gonna say, norm, you think of a bell curve, right? So you have your two tails. That's why ACT renorms when they get too many 36s. Okay, I mean, you can go back and look. Now they're gonna tell you they're standards based, right? And you can do a lot of things with ACT to improve your score. And since we've been giving ACT, I can see they are more, we've had done an alignment study with ACT to our high school standards. And if you asked me, I'm an advocate now to maybe use ACT with work keys or something for state assessments versus our 10th grade. A lot of different reasons on that, but I will tell you that there's a limit for how many 36s they want, right? And so they will renorm every so many years and go back and reset. And then people learn how to study for the test and do all those things. And they're going to see the 36s increase. You can just go back over the years with our directory where we used to put the pictures of the students with perfects, right? And you can see how it ebbs and flows. So norming, that's different. So that Fastbridge is a skills-based assessment that has the product itself, the vendor has norms for different levels of achievement that students should make depending on what interventions they might need. So one of the things we know from the limited work that we've done with it is that the norms might not, probably don't, align to our state assessments as best as they could, right? So we might be saying on a skill level that students, don't need the intervention, they're meeting the expectations that Fastbridge would put out, yet they're still not scoring as well on the state assessment as we might want. So I took that to our technical advisory committee. That's a group that the federal government requires us to have, of national assessment experts, a lot of psychometricians, but we also have representation for accommodation and language for ELs and things like that represented on there too, to make sure that the test is fair and not biased. And they said no, that, because the commissioner said, well, can't we just set our own Kansas norms out there? And it's like, they said, no, that's not that. So you have to think of the purpose of the test, right? And to take a test that really, and make it fit ours by taking away all that evidence when we have such a smaller group, it's not helpful or useful. And then all of the instructional materials that you would have, that you would be getting as a benefit of having the vendor product, wouldn't really be applicable to the things you're doing. So you have to think of the purpose of the test and why you're giving it and what you're using as the resources that go along with it and the whole package to do that. So we have a couple big districts, Blue Valley and Shawnee Mission, work closely with NWEA. And way back when I first started in assessments, I know that the lady that had been the assessment person for years had worked with them, and they had a concordance table, right? So you could say, if I scored, you know that from years ago, whenever you went to college, right? But if I score this number, then on this one, it would be equivalent to this. Concordance tables could be helpful as long as they're kept in the perspective of what you're doing with the resources. I think it's more valuable to use the resources that Fastbridge provides because they're vast than it would be to misuse the assessment and try to have kids doing things that wouldn't be appropriate for the materials that have been developed. And what we know is that the difference then between the depth of knowledge, right? Between the state assessments and the expectations on the state assessments and when you're measuring skills. So that's kind of why you would see the difference, but we expect to see. In fact, I was just having some conversations earlier with the bringing some research together and trying to set a timeline with the letters training and with the Fastbridge work and all the screening that we're requiring with that but we think within 4 years of the start, we should really start seeing some change in results. But we know it takes, not going to see any change immediately. You have to, one, get everyone trained, and then the students have to have an opportunity to go through multiple years of consistent instruction instead of just, random classes and teachers. If other just general assessment questions I can answer.
There are no questions, at least no raised hands in the virtual community.
Okay, I'll start through the results. I think I kind of laid the hopefully you're not expecting to see any great results when I show based on how I that's what I would say.
Get it right out.
So I know.
Demand it off.
I'm just gonna take it off and say these results are, these results confirmed our need to actually do something. And I think, we've been looking at state assessment results over time. And then when we saw the NAEP results, it's like we have to, as a division of learning services, refocus on the importance of content instruction to all students. And it's not specifically, it's providing more opportunities and making sure students have access to content. It isn't necessarily specific content, teach to the test. Okay, because we do believe there's that general content knowledge, it's transferable. We have a lot of let's be the more secondary inclined know that reading in the content area has been a big focus for a long time. But if the kids get to middle school and they can't read when they get into other content areas, it's a problem. And so just that whole across the spectrum of increasing content knowledge and making sure that all kids are having access. And then we're also going to be moving into a big initiative on making sure that the curriculum within the schools is really aligned to the standards that the state board has set. Those are the standards that we want the students in Kansas to know. And so we'll be doing a lot of alignment work too. So I had prepared most of this presentation for last time, and then for whatever reasons, got delayed. So, it's like anytime, it's like, why did I organize it this way? But we're just gonna go with the flow because I already sent it to Kayla, and it's like, okay, so first slide. So
Hey,
this is
Beth,
a
I'm gonna, this is Tobias. I'm gonna interrupt you just because I have a question about something you just mentioned. About being able to, if we have a student that can't read in the 8th grade, where, the chances of them not being able to read in the 9th grade are very great. Is the concept of social promotion a local control thing?
So I'll say within the career standards and assessment team, we don't talk about that. So I will leave that to Bert and whoever else that might have those conversations.
Okay,
It really
and it's
is
probably not a conversation for this group, but that was just,
Yeah.
since you mentioned it, that was a question I had.
Yeah,
Tobias, I think you'll find that each district has requirements for what they look for promotability. Oftentimes it's a social issue, because if the child is that far behind in 8th grade, it's assumed they'll be behind. Unfortunately, many districts don't provide the accommodations that students that can't read need, so that they get a text-to-speech or speech-to-text opportunity. Technology can even the playing field oftentimes if they have appropriate accommodations, and that's where they should have been sent through the process of evaluation to determine if they have a learning disability or some other disability, and they need specially designed instruction, or if they need a 504 plan that would provide those appropriate accommodations. These are all things that your districts that are really on top of student issues are addressing. Those that just seem to have this mindset of we're going to get all kids through, because I worked with one of those, regardless of how the child's performing, and they're going to graduate on time, and we don't care how they're performing. They just pass them right on through. I worked with one of those. We had a lot of kids that were ending up graduating with 4th grade reading and about 5th grade math. And then the problem came when they tried to be employed, and they had transcripts that showed that they had A's and B's, and they could not pass an entry-level exam even for employment. So we are not doing students any favors if we're not being realistic with how they're performing in their grade level content areas.
and I know that the dyslexia task force is, I think, being renamed possibly, but they're bringing a group of people together and formalizing it as a standing committee for the state board. Is gonna definitely look at the differences between what you do with the younger children and teaching reading, and then when they do get to high school, what we should be doing. And I mean, I've been pushing back quite a bit because my reading specialist goes back way too many years, but I focused on secondary at the time, and there's just different things and different skills that kids in high school that can't read, that you need to help them, figure out what you can do. And instead of trying to go back and make up what they've missed all the years when you've been trying to do it anyway. So they're going to be looking at secondary reading, I think, very closely. There's not a lot of research on it. And so, well, yeah, that'll be a topic to come back another time. This says it's a draft, and I organized this first by English language arts. So there's a series of slides and then math. So the reason it says draft is because at the time I did this is a snapshot from the annual report that the Office of Communications produces every year. And I don't know if it's final yet, because it can't be final till we put the graduation data in. I'm sure David spoke to you a little bit about hopefully the graduation results. And the graduation results lag. I just want everyone to kind of have an understanding of the reason for that. We don't finalize graduation results until fall. Because many years ago, when we had 4- and 5-year cohorts and we were looking at graduation as it related to the old AYP measure, we wanted to, at the time the business rules were all set, make sure schools had time to graduate students over the summer that might not be able to graduate. Well, then that, how, because people don't necessarily turn in their reports on time, gets pushed back. And we have had conversations, like it makes no sense if you haven't graduated a student by the September 20 count and you think you're going to get money for them the next year, they should go in the previous year's cohort. So we're still working on some of that, but the summary would be, that's why the graduation data is always delayed, because we give schools that opportunity to graduate the kids that didn't graduate in May through a date in September. So and the commissioner likes to put everything out in the year. And so the communications office can't publish this until we get everything fine. So that's why it's a draft, but this is out there and she puts this out every year. This first slide lets you look at by grade level, the ELA results over time. So remember, we did a test in 2020, there are no 2020 results. So what you need to look at is within grade and then across grades, right? The blue represents the level 1 student. And so what you should be concerned when you look at this data is that the blue grows. Now you say, well, why between 3rd grade and 4th grade do you see a difference? Because we have a standards-based assessment, and the standards in 4th grade, and then when we went to set the performance levels after the test, the expectations, groups of teachers make decisions on what should be known in each grade. 3rd grade's tough because they're coming off of what they've been learning, and it's the first year where they make that transition, whether it's to silent reading or whether it's just to having to increase the depth of knowledge and make inferences, right, for the first time that they might not have had to do when they were in the lower grades. So 3rd grade, and then we see, then by 4th grade, they kind of get the hang of it. And then if the level, the blue, then gradually increases until you get to high school, where it's basically back to where they were at level in 3rd grade. I mean, that's the concern that we have. And we know, because we have longitudinal data now to track the same kids over time, that's why 3rd grade is so important. So you want to go to the next slide?
Now that group of 3rd graders were in COVID during 1st and 2nd grade, right?
Kindergarten,
Or
when are they,
kindergarten
when they
first.
shut down?
So we have a whole group of
So
we have a whole group of
Right.
kids that learn to read
At
on
home.
Zoom or something.
Yeah.
Right. So then this slide is, I put 3 subgroups on here for you. So the first group would be free and reduced lunch. Okay, and this is for all grades state. Okay, so free and reduced lunch. The second group would be students with disabilities. And the 3rd group is the English language learners. Yeah, that's what it says. So there's not. I'll just let you kind of digest that information over time. We have a lot of work to do. So one of the things I will tell you in ELA is that, and then you want to go to the next slide, Kayla. I put this bar chart on there so you could see it a little bit better, with just the all students 3rd grade to students with disabilities examples. So one of the things we're working on right now is the development of a 2nd grade assessment that would be delivered at the end of the year, so that we can capture in 2nd grade combination of skills that they would have been expected to learn, and then making that transition to more comprehension And we're hopeful. I mean, we've had huge contract problems just with the state in general, so I'm still hopeful. I'm being told that we think we're gonna at least be able to pilot it in April. So it'll be end of the year, after the state assessment window closes, so end of April, early May. And then we can have some data to look at, to see them, to provide teachers as students going to third grade.
I find that very interesting because they are making that shift from second to third, from learning to read to reading to learn, really kind of that concept. And I currently have a third grader, so like I'm experiencing this like in real time. And you know, they've never taken a state assessment before either. Although with technology and all that, it's not that they're new to technology, but they have not seen that quote unquote system. But it doesn't necessarily surprise me. I mean, when you're making that shift, that our students with disabilities are lagging even further behind to make the shift as fast. I mean, that's not surprising to me. I mean, they're going to, we would hope that over time, which we're not seeing, but we would hope that over time that would then lower. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that really for any subgroup. It doesn't.
So Beth, on the second grade assessment that's being developed, what is the topic of it? Is it English language arts or is
Yes.
it, okay,
It's an English language arts assessment.
English, okay,
Well, actually, it's a reading assessment. Okay,
the reading.
so we're not going to be asking any of the writing questions that we would ask in third grade. It's a reading assessment.
That's gonna be piloted when?
Well, we're hoping the end of April. It'll be short, so one form. It doesn't have to go through, I mean, we want it to be fair and equitable the first year. I don't believe we'll have Braille available, so put that out there up front, the text to speech is easier. So it'll be available. The accommodations are standard with all of our tests for changing the font size or so masking and those kind of things. So most all the accommodations except for the Braille version should be available when we pilot it the next year. So what I wanted to do, but I was, quickly told that's changing the purpose of the test, right? I mean, in my mind, I think it would be awesome. You give this test at the end of second grade and then you give it to them at the beginning of third grade and you can see how much learning loss happened over the summer, right? But that's, yeah, so I have to put my assessment hat on and say, that's not the intended purpose of the test. Maybe, once we get the second grade test built out, we can talk about doing something like that. The problem with any of this then becomes being accepted by the field, right? And the field finding it useful and helpful.
And what is the intended purpose of a second grade assessment?
To provide information on for teachers as students move to third grade, where they are in that transition from learning to read and reading to learn.
To help inform teachers.
And parents. Yeah, there'll be a parent report that'll go along with it, so they'll see how they've, so we don't have anything that measures, we don't have anything that measures
Complexity.
right, we don't have anything that's measuring the standards. We have K-1-2 standards in English language arts. We don't measure them, right? Everyone has their own vendor product that they're using to measure K-1-2. This is like taking our standards and looking at them and saying, this is our expectation. And then you can, review the data and, hopefully identify some gaps and how you can move forward. And so that they're not surprised when they get to third grade.
So is the reading, so it is standard, it's based on our standards. So where they're at in terms of our state standards.
Which
And it
I
is
think
second
I think it'll be very interesting because so my son independently struggles greatly with phonics and he knows them with prompting, but independently he struggles. And so leading up that second grade test, like he could perform extremely poorly at, Then, but his comprehension is really high, so like, I'm very interested to see what these spring tests will bring. Although he has other impacting factors, but like, I mean, you can't say that spring test, they're testing standards, because they're not testing apples and oranges. I mean, they're testing apples and oranges, really, not apples and apples.
And so the other thing, before we leave English language arts and move on to math, I just want to share with you that another issue that's come up that I'm aware of is who can have the state assessment read out loud to them? Okay, what qualifies you to have the state assessment read out loud? Right now, we say that is the IEP team's decision. And the student should be getting all of their instruction in an auditory form. And then, of course, they would get the state assessment that way. So there's a misbelief among people, teachers, that think, well, when it comes to something important, right, we'll just let them have it read out loud to them. But if it's not how they've been instructed and they're not used to listening to a computer voice talk to them, can they really follow through, particularly as they get older, that whole passage, and then remember what they've heard to do that? And then the question is, well, why can't they have both? So then the question becomes, what are we measuring, right? So for the current test, we're measuring the student's ability to read. Not listen, we have listening skills, right? That part of our ELA standards are just like the CALPA standards. There are 4 parts to our ELA standards: reading, writing, listening, speaking. Federal government has told us we only have to measure reading and writing. If we want to measure speaking, that's not that difficult. We can do it. We do it with CALPA. But that's a different skill set than reading words on the written page. Understanding that some students do need that accommodation, but it's still an accommodation. And because that's the way that the standards were set, the standards were interpreted, was a written language that was measured. We can't just open it up for everyone to have text to speech. So I would encourage you to visit with Carrie, because she's very involved. Rogers.
Thank you.
She was like a senior K, right? I have to remember. Senior K, I have to remember which Carrie I'm talking about now. But to have a conversation, if you feel strongly about which, what we're measuring, because as we field test the items, and as we go into setting scores for the new tests that we will have in 2025, it's a big deal. How much text to speech or read aloud we're going to do. And we also made a decision that that the read aloud is only with the computer voice, except in very few circumstances.
I do have a question. How is this going to impact your students who take the DLM?
It would.
So this won't be fun.
Now the DLM seems to be functioning great for the group of students that take it. So we're not anticipating any changes, as it's just with the general assessment. And the DLM data is, and with this data, because we made a decision a long time ago that it's the state assessment and it's all kids. And so sometimes we'll separate it out, like you can go out on the website and look for just the DLM. But in general, when we report data to the legislature, it's going to be all student scores.
Okay, so they're probably in level 1.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, we've got some that are.
Yes, they're.
Oh, so they're hitting the target and goal of the DLM, they're going to be reported at level 4 on this. Okay.
Yes, no.
Century message will say, have you selected the appropriate use for that student to work on it?
Exactly, correct.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we question on it.
Yeah, well, that's, I don't know. We need kids to get a 4 on DLM, right? I mean, that's showing their strength, it's showing their needs, and we need them to take the appropriate test. But the score in and of itself shouldn't dictate which test they take.
And it's just 1% of the students.
It is.
It's under
That's
1%
true.
actually, which we're very proud of. But so when you look at that figure, 1%, of the DLM or the alternate assessment is figured in.
Yeah, but it's all combined into when we do state aggregate data, it's all combined. So
For
let's
the
we can-
accommodations for Texas Teach, we really kind of tried to focus on the analogy of going to get your driver's exam or get your driver's license renewed. If you're going to get your driver's license renewed, you want to wear your glasses, right? Because they're going to make you do the vision test and they're not going to give you anything if you don't. But if you go to the eye doctor is going to have you take your glasses off. And so why? Because the point of the eye doctor is to see how well you can see. That sounded weird, but and so we try to kind of use that. That's helped some of our staff members really understand more of the intent of that accommodation, because a lot of them are like, well, that's just going to be so hard for them. They're going to be really stressed out about that.
Or depending on the
And it's really
location.
not the same. It's not the purpose of that accommodation. So it's kind of helped them.
But I would say, you should go and observe, sometimes I'm sure you have, but I mean, don't watch a student in 7th grade have to listen to the whole passage and then be able to answer the questions, right? They don't, unless they're trained.
Unless they're using it in their instruction.
And they're using it in instruction and they've been having all their lessons read out loud and they're retaining the information from what they've heard. They're not overly skilled at doing it.
So Beth, before you got here, Tobias had asked us all to explain acronyms, and Tobias, DLM is the dynamic learning map. I see your hand up. Was that a question you had? And then we also had a question in the chat.
Oh, so first off, I did check in with my C acronyms, and I found that was not the basis of my question. The basis of my question was, there was a question in the chat about, do we have data aggregated by exceptionality? And I was looking through the slides, looking ahead, and I did not see anything like that. Is that a metric that has been calculated, and is there a graphic, or is there some way we could see what that looks like?
The only place I'm aware that would be shared would be on your SPB APR, and I don't know if it is or not.
Okay. The next thing,
It's not with it, no, because the decision was made. This is just the one category of students with disabilities.
okay. The next thing that was brought up was on behalf of the interpreters that we have working. There seems to be some outstanding dynamic conversations happening at the table, but please be aware that when those conversations are happening and sometimes overlapping, it's difficult for the virtual attendees and our interpreters to hear what is being said. So as best you can around that table, please try to speak one at a time. And it's also helpful if you are speaking, or if you're planning to speak, identifying yourself prior to speaking. That would help the people in the virtual room.
So I'm just going to go through the math data fairly quickly with you. And hopefully, Kayla, will you be sharing these slides with them so they can see?
Yes, they
Yeah.
should all already have.
Okay, so you can see, because I know on the screen, some of it's getting cut out just because how it's sized, so. You can look at math, would be the next slide. And again, it's just the same format. This would be what the Director of Communications is sharing in the annual report. So you can see some grades. Math is more difficult than other grades. Right, the standard. So when they're transitioning to key shifts in mathematics, you're going to have more kids struggling. And then the next slide would be the 3 different subgroups again that I've shared with you for the free and reduced lunch, students with disabilities, and then the English language learners. And then the next slide would be, that's the 3rd grade math with all students compared to students with disabilities. So in general, see a little bit better performance in ELA than we do math. Overall. So the next part of the, I know I have to move fast on this, so the next part of the conversation I want to have with you is the next slide, Kayla. And I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to hear the commissioner or the deputy commissioner speak on this topic, but this is a new agency initiative where we're looking at the data a little bit different. And what we're able to do is then connect it with some of the other board goals. So this is this data. So one thing we take the data that I just shared with you with the 4 performance levels, and we divide those 4 performance levels into 8 levels. Okay, because the range is broad when you think when there's just 4 levels to capture all student performance. So we look at it like the midpoint, right, of the score distribution of the scale score. So then we have those students that are scoring in the lower half of the range and the students scoring in the higher half of the range. And that's what this chart then represents, the 8 different levels of low and high within each one of the 4 performance levels. Okay, so what our end goal at the agency, the commissioner really likes to look at that post-secondary effectiveness measure, right? How are kids performing 2 years after they graduate high school? And can we, as controversial as it is, I'm just for simplicity's sake going to say, can we give the students a check mark for meeting the success criteria that we've established? Whether that's going on to post-secondary, getting a 2-year degree, doing something at a technical school, or actually going through a pathway in our high schools and completing that and earning a certification that meets the expectations. So what we've been able to do, and now this is, so you have to follow me through with the logic on this, right? So we put all this data together last summer. So we were looking at 21 success. Okay, that's 2 years after they graduate. So you're going to look at 19 graduation rates. And when did they take the state assessment? Well, we know that was 10th graders. So that's 2017. So we followed the students and how they performed on the ELA and math assessment in 2017. What percent of those students graduate? And then of those students that graduate, what percent were we able to identify within the data that we have that they met the success criteria that we use? And so what this shows us is that it makes a difference. You have limited on how you perform academically in school, right? If you're low performing academically, your chances of graduating are less than if you're performing at a higher level. And it's so what we're looking at this from the perspective of opportunities, right? What opportunities are we making available to all of our students? And students have more opportunity if they're successful academically. Okay, so it's just a nice visual for you to see as how students perform. So the look at level 1 top, okay? And then look at the difference between that and level 2 bottom, okay? Whether you're looking at ELA math or math. So if you're in level 1 top, your graduation chance is somewhere around 82 or 83%, right? If we can move students academically to that low 2, look at the chance, the odds of them graduating increase to 90%. That's huge. That's giving and so we know without that high school diploma, their opportunities are limited, right? And then you can look at the post-secondary related to that, right? Very limited opportunity, 30% at the top of level 1 versus 45% if they can be moved to level 2. Okay, and that third set of bars, that's like we now have the data on ACT. It's not too hard for all of you to imagine a student getting a 15 on the ACT isn't gonna have a lot of opportunity, right? But if you can move them up to an 18 or 19, they have more opportunities available to them. And so that's what we're talking about is let's provide more opportunities for our students to have success. And how can we do that? The easiest way we can do that today is to really focus on providing content knowledge to students so that we can move them from a high 1 to a low 2. Now, what we believe, our hypothesis would be that you would be moving all kids along the spectrum. I mean, clear across, right? So we're going to see more kids moving to level 3 and more kids moving to 4. But the focus today is really, let's see, how many of these kids can we move just by providing them more opportunities to the standards, to standards-based instruction. Okay, so the next screen I want to show you is, because this is always an aha for people, is the number of students we have in each one of these 8 categories, right? So we test about 35,000 kids per grade level. Okay, somewhere in that neighborhood, that would be our guesstimate of someone's asking how many kids do we test every year in each grade. We're going to say around 35,000. Well, I want you to look at that number, so 14,000 kids, right? In math, we're at level 1.
How many do we test?
35,000. That should be like, that should be sending an alarm to every person associated with education in our state. So the other bar, I mean, that's pretty compelling information when you think about the chart I just shared with you, right? Because you could see what that means. Half of our kids, I mean, if we can move them and provide more opportunities, that's going to be our focus in the next couple of years, right? In ELA and math both. I mean, so we've now been able to, if you watch the commissioner's presentation, he's added the 18 data to the 17 data. So he hasn't even much, he has a larger data set than what I've shared, right? So, and then every year we can add more to it. But the bars look the same, right? Like you can, so what I can tell you with our 22 data, that there are more kids at level 1 in 22 than there were in 17. So that's kind of here's our reality, what we're dealing with. And then the next chart, Kayla, and I switched this up, I apologize, I put math first on this, but this is by grade level. How many kids that we would be looking at from the 22 assessment results that we would be looking to move. I mean, that's what I said. So 22 results, I showed you in 17, it was 14,000. If you go down to grade 10, now you're looking, we've crossed the 15,000 threshold, right? So you can see the focus then in the yellow would be really trying to help the students move academically, not teaching to the test, because we believe teaching standards-based education will move the students, and they will move all students across the spectrum. But I had and then the next one, Kayla, would be the students with disabilities at the same 8 levels. So identified students, how many there are, and this is kind of hard to say. How many students with disabilities that were identified, and the top is the all row. So it looks like it's about 40,000 students, and then how it moves across. So And then the next two slides would be ELA, if you want to flip through those, just go there.
Beth, could we go back to the slide or stay on the slides with disabilities
Yes.
in math, please? So maybe
Right.
back.
Go back one slide, yeah, that one, okay.
So where is the concentration of students in, in the previous slide before this, you had highlighted where that high point was. Where is the high point for this? I'm trying to find it.
Well, so do you see where it says high one? I mean, you have 55% of the kids there. If I'm reading the
Yes.
numbers. Yes.
Yes.
So that column where it says 55%, you can go, so in 10th grade, it's 73% of the kids.
Okay.
You go down to third grade, you're down to what, just about 40%. And you can
Yes.
see how every year, so if you start at the bottom and look up on math, in that column that says high 1%, you can see where you're starting at about 40% and where you're ending by the time they get to 10th grade.
Okay, so would you still consider the high one to be the concentration of students with disabilities in math?
I think that that's a good place for all of us to focus. So
Okay, thank you.
what we know is that there will always be students in all of the performance levels, right? But where can we initially, make a significant change for the most students would be academically to really try to move students out of that high one.
And Jennifer Kaczynski also made a great point in the chat. She said that aggregation by exceptionality may need to be considered, as that may provide data on if specific populations as a group have specific instructional needs that need to be addressed. For example, deaf, vision impaired is very different than intellectual disability, autism, etc. I thought that was a great point that needed to be addressed.
So I'm gonna refer to Carrie Hayes on that one. I think Mason would be I don't know, I mean, so it's interesting because within special education and the data that you collect exceptionality data. Within just the kids data system that with assessments, and we don't collect that anymore. So we can cross the data here at the agency and do something with it. I'm just not a policy person to make a decision if that's, maybe for your work group here that's important to do. I don't know. There are all kinds of political implications that go with that I'm just would be the data person here on that.
I would just throw out too, questionability of reliability of that data,
Some of it.
because a lot of times primary exceptionality, then there's then a secondary exceptionality. Things change as the students develop and mature as time goes on, and their exceptionality may change. So you might be tracking assessment scores under one exceptionality category, and then it changes. Obviously, developmental delay is going to be our major one that would change grade levels. And it changed right there in third grade.
I mean, and I would say also, just in general, if you're interested, and I know this overgeneralization, so I apologize, but so we have a lot of limits on, how many students have to be in a certain category before we can report the information. So I'm not sure. I'm just not sure what we would be able to, I mean, before you make those decisions, I would say go out and look at the building report card for our special purpose schools and see how much data that we're able, because I haven't personally done that in a while, to see what data is actually available that we can report on them based on their size. And then we can make some decisions on how you might want to look at that from there.
And then for the data to be actionable, it really, the actionable part of it is within the district and the building level.
That's function of the IEP.
But in terms of if you're evaluating the degree to which services across a particular district are impacting, to me, that's where your action part of it is, not statewide.
But This is
aspect of it.
Marvin Miller, I'll interject as a secondary teacher. I'm not sure that's gonna, all that information is not gonna help us that much at the local level. We know our students, we know which ones are VIHI, whatever, and what they need, because every single one of them needs something different, and we're addressing those needs. I think aggregate data like this shows we have a math issue. And we can address that, and that's gonna filter through
Gives you the
everything.
area to go then look at within that district, within a district or locally, but the using state assessment data to diagnose isn't the purpose of.
Yeah,
the
It's
data.
not,
You don't want to use that data set to do that with. You want to use a different data set for students. That's my.
I had,
Go ahead.
I had a question,
Krista.
Krista Grimwood. I have always struggled with when looking at data, you know, like this, that, or especially with students with exceptionalities. While we want them to continue to improve and, you know, things, what under, I don't know what words I'm trying to use correctly, but what is understood with, of course, they're going to be lower performers because they're identified as having a reason of being a lower performer. So I say that to say, if they're scoring 3s and 4s on, and they're identified a student with an exceptionality, then it would come into question, are they really a student with an exceptionality? So I guess I'm confused. If you have a documented disability, while improvement's important, obviously we can always improve, but isn't it kind of understood that they're not going to perform with gen ed students?
But not every disability is a cognitive disability.
Correct. I know, I completely agree with that, but if you have a reading disability, that's gonna impact everything.
This is Lindsay Graff. I would say yes and no, because part of the accommodation piece is to help level that playing field. And so therefore they may, with those accommodations, be able to then score with their gen ed peers. The modification ones are the ones that would be more likely to be the understood which would be tested differently, possibly anyway, and then that may go out the window too, I guess, because DLM is included in that data
Right.
set, so.
So that's what I'm saying, if we're seeing a huge influx in, you know, not performing well, then do we need to get back to the drawing board with accommodation?
But then let's also remember what our Kansas state assessments are measuring.
the state standards, the academic content standards.
Carrie, can you elaborate on why you point that out a little bit?
Well, because it's the standards, our standards as a state that we have for each content area. That's what it's assessing and measuring.
For all students.
Right, which
We
may
don't
not be.
have a-
It's not aptitude.
Oh, okay, I see why you.
I see, yeah.
Comparison.
It goes back to your comment earlier that we don't use the state assessments to diagnose. It's just a snapshot, is a moment in time on that day where we feel like they may have been. But if you're going to diagnose somebody
Relationship to
in relationship to the big, yeah,
to the degree to which they're attaining
right.
the knowledge of our state standards.
And remember, in aggregate, districts, buildings, classroom teachers should be taking up that data, looking at how the students are performing and modifying instruction. So that whether that's for particular, it's end of the year, right? So we don't do a lot of reteach at the end of the year, which is why I would put in a plug for interim assessments, but it's a topic for another time. But at least modifying what you're doing the next year, or providing some evidence to the IEP teams when there's commonalities of things that have been missed. Because score reports are very much improved, and they're not, I wouldn't say necessarily intended. They report on student performance, obviously, but the classroom or the school level, the district level reports, as you're working to modify the content that you're teaching in the classroom, they're very helpful. They should be very helpful. They're all standards aligned, right? And it's going to identify, the interim reports identify the group of standards that have been assessed and the performance of the group of students that took the test. So I've gone way over my time. I apologize. Someone else here, but I'm available. I'm happy to come back and have other assessment conversations as the topics come up.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have any other questions or comments from those in the virtual world? Okay, well, Beth, I really appreciate the data that you've provided us and some explanations of those data. It seems to me as just kind of to sum up, we are paying attention to graduation rate, which is important because those students that graduate receive a diploma, which is useful for them when they move on. But we're also paying attention to the increase in skill level of those students as they progress, which is also important, but I believe that's different. And I don't think that those two should be separated. I think that those should be thought of as the same. I think, you know, in a perfect world, we would want our students all to be increasing as in skill as they prepare to graduate. But just as the conversation progresses, it would be interesting to see how well those two metrics can mesh. So very good. I appreciate that very much. And let's back on our schedule. We have alternative monitoring of correctional facilities with Stacy and Heather. Are you prepared for your presentation?
Yep, I'm gonna move over there.
Okay.
Okay, take it away.
Well, good morning or almost afternoon. I'm Stacey Martin. There's a few familiar faces that I see, so I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about an integrated monitoring that you may or may not know about. Heather, unfortunately, who is my co-lead, she's had another conflict today. So she is the lead for our Title I Part D neglected delinquent program. Just a brief background, about 6 years ago, one of the opportunities, let me back up. One of my many hats that I wear on our team is the opportunity for general supervision to oversee that monitoring. And the other big hat that I wear the last year is secondary transition lead. So one of the things that really we've had several conversations about was, what about those kids in alternative placements? What's happening with their education programs? Kind of had a feeling what they were going through, but wasn't for sure. So I confronted the lead for Title I Part D at the time, and I said, hey, as their federal program, they also had the requirement to do monitoring for their program. Along with special education, we had the obligation to do general supervision. So instead of doing two separate monitorings, we got together and integrated our monitoring. And once we were looking at what we were really wanting to look at and needed to look at, it was quite similar. So we combined and created a process. So today I kind of want to take you through that journey on what we do when we go on the visits, who we get to see, who we get to meet. And at the end, I'll tell you some experiences that we've had and what we saw. And it has really opened my world the last 5 years when we've done that. Okay, second slide. So as we talked about earlier, you know, part of our general supervision is making sure that all kids, regardless of where they're at, are receiving a free, appropriate public education. And so my world was pretty narrow. I was thinking we do a lot of file reviews for state performance plan. We do IDA file review, kind of had it covered, but back of my mind, I was like, what happens to those kids that are elsewhere? And so that's beginning our journey. So currently school districts are obligated to provide education services for facilities such as juvenile detention centers, psychiatric residential day treatment facilities, for those kids that are in
that local school district. Now, if they are under the Department of Corrections, the Department of Corrections contracts with Smoky Hill Service Center to provide education services for those young adults that are in one of their programs, adult corrections in the Kansas Juvenile Correction Facility, which we know as Lawrence Garden High School. So we're talking about Part B, ages 3 to 21. This monitoring really focuses on transition age. Well, starting, what we've heard is that some of the programs start accepting kids at age 10. Next slide. So there's some limited legal requirements. So school districts do not have any IDEA obligations. If exceptions that apply only to youth with disabilities who are incarcerated in an adult correction facility, such as state local assessments, FAPE for students over 18 who were not identified prior to incarceration, and modify IEP replacement, or depending on security and interests, cannot be accommodated. So I'm not sure if you know, next slide. Thought I'd give you a little background on Title I Part D neglected and delinquent programs, since probably most of you are probably really familiar with the IDA requirements. So neglected and delinquent funding. Neglected funding typically really is just providing residential care. The kids that are in those types of facilities, homes, are receiving education services within that local school district in which that facility is in. Delinquent funding, on the other hand, so neglected funding would be such as villages that are here in Topeka and Lawrence. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Wichita Children's Home. So they have several programs there. For instance, we just were there visiting Gerald House, is a residential home for young mothers who are just had a baby or pregnant and can stay for up to a year. So those girls do attend Wichita Public Schools. Delinquent funding, on the other hand, is our kids that are adjudicated or pre-adjudicated, that they're in more of a secure facility, that education programs are provided within the walls or boundaries of that particular facility. For instance, juvenile detention centers and psychiatric residential treatment facilities. Those individuals really don't have an opportunity to have education services outside of those walls. If you want to learn more about Title I Part D, there's a fact sheet that you can click on. It talks more about the eligibility, what the funding goes for, and the evaluation process that's included into that program. Any questions at this point? Okay. So next slide. So as I said, we integrate our monitoring IDEA and Title I Part D. We do a 3-year monitoring cycle. We have a total of 34 facilities total. And so they're broken down in year 1, 2, and 3. We are currently in cohort 1. We will finish up in the spring. I believe we have visited or will visit close to 9 different facilities across Kansas. So we get to go to Garden City and Hayes in March. So road trip for us, just fun. How we picked who we were going to monitor, we decided, well, let's just pick those facilities that are receiving neglected and delinquent funds. So that's how we chose on who we are monitoring. So some of the facilities that I've talked about is juvenile detention centers, psychiatric residential treatment facilities, the more child in need of care and other programs. And sometimes we also see foster care kids in those types of situations. Also, along with that is the Kansas Department of Correction Adult Correction Facilities, along with the Juvenile Correction Facility. One of the things that when we talked about creating this is to be transparent. So superintendents, special ed directors, federal program person, and facility directors all get notified about 6 months before we go on site. Next slide. And then about 2 to 3 months before then, they get to receive another letter saying, hey, we've set a date. And then also, we set a Zoom meeting 2 weeks prior to the visit. And part of that Zoom meeting talks about, what are some of the restrictions we need to know about. We talk about the agenda for the day, who needs to be involved. So typically on an on-site visit, next slide. So the facility, we leave it up to the facility. Usually we come in at 9 o'clock. We leave at noon, half a day. So it's a very intense time that we're there, but we try not to interrupt the schedules that are already in place. So we like to take a facility tour just so that we can have a sense of what the facility is like, where the kids sleep, classrooms, those types of things. And then we do interviews separately with the facility director, the education director, principals, sometimes a special ed director is part of that process. And also very important is the interviewing of the teachers. So we would like, if possible, to interview a general ed and special ed teacher together, because I know it would be used to do it separate. We're like, this is probably not a good thing. So it's always good to have the numbers. So we interview those persons together. We also do classroom observations. So we have a classroom checklist. We try to spend 10 to 15 minutes. Now, sometimes we can't stay in as long. But what we're looking for is really what is the interaction between the teacher and the students? What kind of teaching style are they using? Are the students paying attention? Is there engagement? What's the environment look like? So we're trying to get all that information in like a 15-minute time frame, knowing this is just a snapshot in time. One recent visit, we were there during snack time and they were complaining about the granola bars. They thought they were tasted old. So that was kind of entertaining. That. And we're like, some KDCs don't even have snacks. So, but anyway, that was just kind of the side note. Along with that, we review two student individual education plans. We have 2 reviewers from our technical assistant team members who are former special education directors. They use our IDEA gifted self-assessments and also our secondary transition checklist. So we try to have at least a review of a kid that's 16 and older and a kid that was probably younger, depending on the population at that time. So then at the end of the visit, we all come together and really talk about how the morning went. There were so many further questions and that type of thing. And then we come back and we write a summary report of our interviews. And also we provide a summary of the student IEP file reviews. There are times that we do find that on the IDE requirements and even the indicator 13, they do not meet requirements. It's just like a regular file review. The facility and district have data verification time period, because we know sometimes when records are sent there, they don't always have that information or those types of things. So there's that 2-week data verification that districts can provide additional information when they find that in the file. See what else is there. Okay. So the next slide. So here are some interview topics that we conduct our interviews on. We purposely ask basically the same questions of the facility director, the special ed director or principal, and the teachers, with a few different questions just to see if all three of them really are on board and really kind of know what the policies and procedures are for that area. And surprisingly, they pretty well all match. Now we're finding out the facility director really doesn't know a lot. And a lot of the answers are, well, that's the education person or the principal's responsibility to know about that. But at least they know that person and who to go to. So it can't be so. But one of the things that we really do lack at is child find, making sure how available are student records when a youth is admitted to one of those types of facilities. Credits and transcripts, very important, a huge topic that we touch upon, like how do you issue credit? What does a transcript look like? That type of thing. And I'm been really surprised, and the districts are really trying to work hard to have that student earn some credits while they're there. And access to special ed services and regulated services, how are student progress measured? Secondary transition, we have a section on secondary transition. Is the student invited to the meeting? How about other related outside agencies? I mean, what kind of discussions are happening there? Student discipline, restraint or conclusion. I say 100% that we often get that response from everyone that says it's up to the facility staff to provide whatever needs to happen. We are hands off. Now I'm really impressed with some that do include the education staff and the training that the JDC staff do, so that they're aware of what needs to happen, but it's pretty well hands off for the education staff. There's also what we observe, there's always usually officer or care worker that's usually in those classrooms, so that there's that support from the facility for that teacher if something should go awry, or if a student may really have a bad day or that type of thing. We do talk about if a student is excluded from education services. And for the most part, if a student is escorted back to having a really bad day, escorted back to their pods or to their rooms, teachers are bringing work to them so that they have still access to education services. Now, also they can bring their laptops, depending on the situation and where and what manner the individual youth is in. So it's all about safety and security, but also they realize the importance of continuing that education piece for students with disabilities and all students basically. So transition plans is a different focus for Title I Part D. When we talk about transition in special ed, it's like starting here in Kansas at age 14. We have a list of things that we do and talk about. And part of the focus for Title I Part D is when a youth enters that facility, is that transition plan starts from, okay, the student is entered now, but what are we gonna do now, and how are we going to transition that student back into the community? For example, Wyandotte County has paid through their Title I Part B funds, a transition coordinator to do such things. So she helps plan for those kids that are ready to be released, connecting with community resources, school or wherever, or what services that student needs. This is the first time we've really seen that, so it's really kind of exciting, and we hope that kind of catches on across the state. One of the benefits of us going across the state is that we can share things that we see and hear from other facilities and that type of thing. So hopefully we plant seeds along the way across Kansas. Next slide. So this is kind of interesting. We sat kind of back and figured out, okay, what have we seen? What have we heard? And what were some kind of the ahas? The majority of folks have certified teachers in their classrooms, which is really exciting to hear. There are still staffing issues across the board. We talked to one PRTF. She said we could serve more individuals, but we don't have staff. We have the beds, but we don't have staff to help with that. We do see online curriculum programs. Edgenuity seems to be a real popular one across Kansas. Odyssey Ware is another. Some programs also include some direct instruction, maybe 1 to 2 classes per day. We did see a program in Johnson County. It was a PRTF that had elementary, middle, and high school level separate classroom content areas. So it was just an amazing thing to see and experience. We've heard that there's longer stays in detention centers. It used to be maybe 30 or 40 days that a youth would be at a juvenile detention center waiting for, a hearing or whatever. But what we're hearing is youth are staying at least maybe a year or so, because what they're seeing is the severity of the crimes are increasing. And so they really kind of had to start refocusing their programs, because the programs that they had offered were pretty short term, because that's kind of the youth were short term, but now they're kind of have to refocus and figure out what are we going to do for those kids that are here a year or more, waiting for to get into a hearing or trial or whatever it is. Mental health services. This has been a really big, interesting thing to hear about. Wichita JDC, for instance, has hired their private contractor for their health services, medical services, has now hired them to provide mental health services. So that is really a big focus for the youth that are incarcerated, are in the JDC currently. Johnson County JDC, big PBIS program. I mean, it was really neat to hear and see posters and things like that about the emphasis that they put on PBIS for those kids in that facility. Related service providers, almost everyone we've asked during our interviews said, yes, we know how to access USD, whatever they can provide. We don't have students that have those needs currently, but they knew exactly who to contact and what kind of services and supports that were needed. I talked about the transition related activities. One of the requirements is a memo of understanding between the USD and the facility. And basically it just outlines how services are going to be provided for youth that are residing in that facility. For the most part, everybody has one. There are a few that have gentlemen agreements for years. And so we're trying to get them to have everything put in writing so that, one of my things is if one of them leaves, the new person may not want to play in the sandbox with the other person. So that's one of the things that we really try to put an emphasis on this year's things. And policies and procedures, we ask for them ahead of time before we visit to see if they really have written policies and procedures. Not that we don't think they do, but it's nice that we can actually see and read and that type of thing before we go in and see. Also, it collaborates during their interview times, whether or not they really know what their policies and procedures say, or if they just kind of do something else besides what's written down on paper. One of the things that struck us, and you guys may already know this, but once a youth turns 18, that day, they're shipped to the adult detention center. No pass, no go, you go. And so that it starts a whole new world for that students with disabilities as far as services go. One of, I think, our outcomes that we've heard is increased communication between the school districts, special ed, and administration with the local facility. Some before our presence really hadn't had much communication together. And so that was kind of interesting for that to come together. One LEA, we were very concerned that they did not have a special education teacher within their JDC program, education program. They have a full-time sped teacher now. So we took that as a victory for us. One of the things that I've really wanted to highlight a program is Kids TLC in Johnson County. It's a psychiatric residential day treatment facility. Olathe Public Schools operates Claire Learning Center. Just really some dynamic teachers that are there. Very clear as far as what the intent is, really student focused. We walked into a government discussion and it was right when the election was happening and the results hadn't come in yet about who had won for governor. The kids had higher level thinking, questioning, and we were just kind of blown away about the conversations that this teacher was initiating with these students. So it was just a really great experience to hear and to listen. But that's just been one of the programs that have kind of stuck out in my mind anyway, as kind of like an exemplar. They are also wanting to expand their program because they see the need, unfortunately, for kids, but it's needed for kids because of all the mental health needs. So I was glad to hear that they were able to expand their program.
This is Ashley, and just as a coordinator in Olathe, I think that the relationship between Kids TLC and the fact that we have Claire Learning Center set up for those students specifically. We staff Claire Learning Center with special education teachers. We have a full-time school psychologist that's dedicated to that program. So I think that helped us create the partnership and has led to a lot of the success of the programs.
You could really kind of get a feel on who has a great partnership with each other or who had just come together just because we're here, because KSDE is here, that type of thing. So that's been kind of interesting to also to think about. But I guess my thinking has really been expanded in the last 6 or 7 years, because I think, I talked to my family, I talked to friends, and I think they just have an idea of students with disabilities in the brick and mortar school at their local school district. I don't think a lot of people really think about those kids that are in alternative settings, that they also deserve opportunities to get special education services and supports. Because I think it's really important. We heard stories along the way last year, not necessarily a special education student, but students that were in adult jail sitting there for 6 months with nothing to do. And so that really prompted our next adventure is that we will be monitoring adult jails. So we are ready to launch that. It's taken a long time. We've got a lot of input and revisions and that type of thing, but basically all LEAs will complete a self-assessment on their policies and procedures, because we want to make sure that they're in place for kids who have disabilities that may end up in those types of situations and can receive those services, and people know who to go to and how that is all going to operate. So that was another learning experience. Found out adult jails are not monitored by or overseen by anybody. And so I'm like, you know, because KUC has the adult corrections, and I'm like, what about the adult jails? And I'm like, nope, we're our own entity. So fortunately made connection with the Kansas Sheriff's Association president, met with him, wonderful guy. He's like, whatever you need, just let me know. So we started collaboration at that level. So he will also be a voice for us, for the other sheriffs across Kansas. So.
Stacy, if I remember correctly, when we started talking a couple years ago, you had sent out a dear colleague letter to the sheriff's departments, and you said several of them are asking us, why are we getting a dear colleague letter from the Department of Education? And your reply back was, because you have our students. And so to piggyback on that, I was at for those of you who don't know, I was at the juvenile correctional complex for the last 5 years, and I've done 8 years total. And with the work that you've been doing, we have kids who are now leaving and going back into their communities. And I have one that I know of who became incarcerated again just because he had reoffended and ended up in El Dorado. And he called up to the juvenile correctional complex and said, you need to talk to Mrs. Backman, because I have an IEP and I finished my school when I left and went back home, and I have right to services. So we have El Dorado calling us and going, what do we do with this kid? And I said, well, he doesn't want a GED. So what are you going to do? So who do you contact? So your work has opened all kinds of doors with conversations with the adult facilities. Lawrence Gardner High School is through Smoky Hill, and they just, I don't know, poached is the right word, but they stole Lori Hamilton from Greenbush. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but Lori Hamilton is now overseeing programs through. There you go. That probably is sounding more friendly, but I mean, she is really wonderful. And so she is now going over to all the adult facilities and going over their GED programs they have in place. And if a kid has an IEP, which direction do they want to go? What's their length of stay? So you guys have done very impactful work. And it has really sparked a lot of change in how the Department of Corrections has responded to, oh yeah, this is a population we need to up the ante for. So I really have appreciated the work your team has done. And as far as what's going on in Olathe, I do believe that partnership is critical, because when I first started, we had a lot of Olathe kids. And I think in my last 3 years, it's gone way down. I know in my SPED classes, I've had one. So our numbers that are coming from Olathe because of your partnership have really decreased. So I think it's being much more proactive instead of reactive. So again, kudos. That's very, very important work.
So I would like to open an invitation to any one of you. If you would like to participate and to go with Heather and I on one of these visits, let me know. It's really a great opportunity and learning experience. I have so much appreciation for those that work in those types of facilities, and just want to make sure that I remind people that we talk about all kids. We also talk about kids that are at risk and that are in alternative settings that are receiving education. So, do you guys have any questions? I feel like I've just very up a mile a minute. So
This is Bert. Do you know how many detention centers we have?
I have a list. Well,
Thank you.
and that is down from the first 3 years that we did our monitoring, because some of the juvenile detention centers have closed.
Stacy, I'll also add, this is Shanna, that you had mentioned having a few of the districts that it seemed like They were just kind of coming together because KSDE was there and their stuff wasn't quite streamlined yet. There is a statewide document being developed right now by the PRTS stakeholder group with guidance for all of the PRTS statewide, and education has been inserted in every section of that document. So hopefully that's another good tool that will be helpful for these.
Great, thank you. Thank you again for your time.
Well, this is Tobias. Are there any other questions from either the folks around the table or the folks that are joining us online? Very good. Well, thank you very much, Stacy, for that presentation. You can see on the screen contact information, and SEAC members, do pay attention if you are interested in attending one of those on-site visits. Do contact Stacy. So up next, we have Shanna with the ESI and SIGDIS report. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Tobias. I am going to actually focus on ESI today. If Kelly comes back in, he may touch on SIGDIS.
Or I can.
Okay, or Bert can. So we will start off with, if you want to go ahead and pull up the first chart, Kayla. We're going to just show today the longitudinal data charts because that's the easiest way to really kind of have this conversation. If you want the formal documents, they are posted on the ESI webpage on the KSDE website. They're both done and they've been sent to the House and Senate committees as well as the governor's office already for the 21-22 school year that summarizes all of the data. There's like 400 pages total to that report with the appendix in it. So I feel like this 5-pager is a little bit easier to tackle. So
Thank you.
yeah, sure thing. So I'm going to talk about the data, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about ESI overall and kind of what we're seeing and what's going on with that, because I feel like it's been a while since we've had some updates on it. All right, Kayla, you want to go to the first chart? I will say that document was created in December, so before the new board members started, so it has the old previous board members in it. This chart right here is total number of incidents. Okay, so not students, this is total number of incidents. As you can see, it's past 5-year trend. Those COVID years that kids weren't in school, we had less emergency safety interventions. And if you remember, emergency safety interventions are seclusion and restraints used in school setting. We do monitor all schools that are accredited by the state of Kansas with this. We do not monitor reservation programs any longer. So that data is no longer reflected in here. You can see from this, the trend is now moving kind of back up to that pre-COVID point that we were at. And considering the mental health needs and other aspects of things coming in, it's actually lower than I had projected. So that's good, even though it's higher than last year. Okay, we go on, Kayla. So while we had approximately 1,400 incidents, those incidents all took place with just about 2,400 students. So it would average out to be about 3 incidents per student. If you did it like that, it's really not how it works. Really what we see is that we'll have 1 student with 20 or 30 incidents because of the severity of their need. So when you see on the other report, you know, it has like maximum amount of minutes, maximum duration, and maximum, those numbers could be pretty high because the kids with significant issues, they may have, you know, 15 incidences in a row because they get under control, they're okay, and then they re-escalate, and then they have another restraint, and then they are okay, they let go immediately like they're following protocol supposed to do. So each of those times counts as an incident. So those incident numbers sound high, but sometimes there's a lot in one setting, 1 hour, 1 day, that kind of thing. You can see on this also, so the blue is the 2017-2018 school year, yellow 18-19, green 19-20, the lighter blue, the 2021, and the red, the 21-22. So you can see again, the number of students is going up at a little higher of a rate than the number of incidents. back to that pre-COVID status. So I will be interested to see what this year's data ends up coming back like. But again, we've got a lot of kids that are in school, learning school for the first time. So. We can move on. Here's our breakdown by our student population. So the first column, or first set of columns is students on IEPs. The next set are students with 504 plans, and the last set are students with neither. Our general education students that have received, because we do collect ESI on all. So you can tell that for the vast majority, IEP students are the students that are really receiving these emergency safety interventions. That being said, there has been some confusion that will be clarified in a revision of the guidance document as to whether it's appropriate or not to put ESI procedures in an IEP. The definition of emergency safety interventions includes the word emergency. An emergency you cannot predict, and therefore if you put it in an IEP, that's saying that you're planning to use it. It shows intent to use. So it is inappropriate for an ESI to be stated as a procedure, accommodation, anything within an IEP. So that language of IEPs will be taken out of the guidance document. So I wanted to point that out here. But these do affect our IEP students significantly higher. All right, Kayla. Average age representation just still doesn't ever change. We see this with our data trends as well. It's kind of these third grade boys. Third grade, we've had a lot of conversation about third grade day, but yeah, 8-year-olds they have it rough, and it's really that transition. You know, if you think about it, early childhood is birth to age 8, and you've got a lot of switches and changes developmentally, academically, environmentally at that time. So it's really kind of not surprising that this is the average age. Right, Kayla? This graph I want to explain a little more in depth because this is ESI broke down by ethnic and racial population. It is compared to the population overall of the state. So when you see the Hispanic Latino set in the first group of columns, that is that percentage of the Hispanic and Latino population through the state in school. The total number of that students. So it's representative of, it's more the apples to apples. So that makes sense. You can see even with breaking it down in that there are about 3 times as many African-American students on average receiving emergency safety interventions as there are their white counterparts and Latino counterparts.
Can you just read what the groups are across the bottom right?
So the first group is Hispanic Latino, the second group is multi-ethnic, the third group is American Indian and Alaska Native. The next one is Asian, that's the one that's kind of the shortest. African American Black is the one that's tallest, and then the white population is after. And you can see the COVID year, those are the little dips in each set. So again, coming back up to, you can see, and most of those coming back up to that pre-COVID number. The next one, again, the same data that we've been seeing year after year after year, not changing. It's by gender. Boys are significantly receiving ESI incidents higher at a higher rate. Part of that anecdotally has been reported that they just can do more damage, like physically can be more aggressive than a lot of the girls that I worked with. A lot of the girls have a response that's different, and so they're more likely to receive seclusion versus like a restraint. So that's on there, and then we'll go down to the next one, Kayla. This is by free reduced lunch status. I have to tell you, this is worthless right now because we stopped during COVID, we stopped doing lunch applications and everybody received free lunches. So nobody's filling them out anymore. So you can see how it completely flip-flopped between the free and reduced to now the full pay students are higher. And it's just because the data is from me. Yeah, there's that. Crummy, there it is, crummy. And then the last.
That's right.
The last graph on here is again, another free reduced lunch one, which was really very pertinent because you can tell, 5 years ago, 72% of the ESI incidents were with students that had free and reduced lunch. So that really speaks to that socioeconomic piece. 45% this past year. Again, everybody was receiving free lunches. Those paid lunches went back into place for this school year. So I will be really interested to see what next year's data shows. So talking about overall and next year's data. Well, okay, so let me finish from last year's data. 13 schools were identified and flagged based on their data last year with their use of ESI. There were a couple additional schools that we called and found out they were really misinterpreting how they needed to report. And so once we got that taken care of, it was no longer a concern and things made sense. The ones that we found on the 13 that we followed up on, a number of them were at 2 of the PRTFs in the state. And we have TAS and staff at both PRTFs that are working with them on how other strategies, that kind of thing. But again, not surprising. And then there were a handful that we followed up with that the kids were really significantly struggling. There were several that were not yet on IEPs and had not yet been in school at all, and were entering into like the 2nd grade without any experience with school, and a lot of dysregulation. There was a couple of others that there were significant amounts of trauma. One, a homicide situation in the home, and the child, just the trauma response. So we worked with all of those schools, but there were none that really stood out as they're misusing ESI. So that was really good to see. On the flip side of that is there is confusion on ESI training. So that's something that I'm hoping to get more clarity for schools this year. The confusion lies in that the law requires that every school employee be trained in ESI law. What ESI is, what exclusion restraint is, what they have to report, what's reportable, who they report to, how they report, having policies and procedures, those things. They get very confused by vendors that come in, such as MANT, Crisis Prevention Institute, CPI, which are all fantastic programs, but those are all the de-escalation programs. Those are all prevention. Let's not get to the ESI point kind of a thing. And so that does not replace, if they have school CPI training school-wide, that does not replace their training for ESI on the law. So that's just kind of a clarification that I want to make sure everybody understands. Deb McVeigh has been our go-to ESI expert. She's just amazing. She will be retiring and has already kind of backed off of the ESI work right now. So that's a huge gap. And it may affect things moving forward. Foster care students was another area that we saw a high trend in. I didn't take trend data on foster care students just because the way our data lines up, it's very, very difficult, time consuming to do that. However, anecdotally and based on the individual incidents, I read them all. The foster care students typically are taking about 6 to 8 weeks of a really hard amount of time to transition in. They'll have a small honeymoon phase and then this really long amount of time where they're struggling significantly in a new school. And so it's taking them quite a while to stabilize right now. So that's something that's come up this year. The other piece of the training that I want to talk about is assurances and compliances. So part of accreditation, so since this emergency safety intervention is a law in Kansas, and so we have worked it into school accreditation that this must be done and they have to sign assurances saying that it is. There's been no formal checks and balances process with that. It's kind of up to this point been like, oh, they signed off on it, we count it as done. I'm going to start looking more into, as we go through our 5-year KSDE cycles, the schools that are going into those years, taking them by those cohorts and checking in on them and making sure that their school website has ESI information and those kinds of things, so that we have a little more than just like somebody saying, yeah, we trained all of our staff, because the situations that have come to general counsel of parent complaints or staff complaints and conflicts or what's the right word, not complaint. Dispute, yeah, dispute resolution kinds of things, have all been, it's really boiled down to people weren't trained right. And not on the correct things. And so our corrective action plans have all really revolved around that. So I'm just trying to be preventative and make sure that we start placing them and approaching it from kind of those key years for accreditation. So it's not too much to tackle at once. And then we talked about how the ESI is not to be written into IP. It also should not be written into a behavior plan or safety plan for a student, because again, that demonstrates intent. So this year, so the 22-23 school year, we had our ESI data collection window closed on December 20th. And for the first time since I've been here gathering it, I had nearly 100 schools that had not submitted their data by the deadline. I extended the deadline, accounting for holidays and all of that, to January 10th. And I still have 6 schools who have not met that deadline. So at this point, the system is closed. Those schools will be required to email documentation with an explanation as to why they did not get their information in, a corrective action plan to prevent further issues in the future, and then a request to reopen the system for them to enter it in. So that's coming out. Yeah.
Just a question, Lindsay Graff, does that then go against timely and accurate data, or?
ESI does not count because it's not part of the special education federal KSDE monitoring. So no, but
Well,
we follow
I mean,
the same kind of like procedures,
right.
yeah, to get it, because it is legally required.
State.
It's a compliance indicator. This is Bernard.
Yeah.
Therefore, if we enter it on our compliance flag, then that means that agency, if they're going before the KSDE for accreditation, would not be compliant, and therefore they would not be eligible to be accredited.
Yeah. So like at
Counts
this
that way.
point, I will go into the system, and the 6 schools that are not compliant, those districts are going to be marked as in process for compliance versus met.
Marvin, next question.
Sure, I just want to make a couple comments. I know that the training issue has been a big concern. I know Rocky Nichols, I and Jim Porter had a meeting on Zoom a couple months ago. Were you part of that? There's been so many meetings anymore. And I was on the ESI task force way back when.
Yeah.
So, and we are concerned that it's become kind of like the with the safety part, where everybody just signs off. It's a 10-minute thing. No one even thinks about it. And it needs to be ramped up a lot more. I'm glad we're focusing on the training piece, and I bet Jim Porter's going to bring that up this session too at some point. The other thing I think is there is still confusion as regulations take so much time, and stuff that was even presented to us in the summer, I guess, is not fully implemented yet. So that creates confusion among this field, because some of us here at SEAC voted for that stuff 4 years ago. And so there's confusion among the people, practitioners, and what's best practice and what do we legally have to do right now, and all those things. So I think it's time for ESI to probably look at again.
I can assuredly tell you, I know that doesn't help you at all, but so the updates to the requirements are being moved forward, but they have not received final approval yet. But they have been moved forward with. And so as soon as that happens, you will get a notification and what those differences are. I will tell you that the changes that were made or proposed are changes that were kind of best practice, and we were going with anyways and recommending to schools as guidance. So I really don't think that much in the way of training will be required differently. The piece that you talked about that schools are just checking it off. That's exactly what I was talking about with the compliance thing and why I'm really going to start looking at those schools that are up for accreditation, because that's kind of our way of being able to enforce. Enforce is a priority area. Does that help?
They'd be a target audience.
Yeah.
Shanna, this is Tobias. So we have a couple of individuals that have posted in the chat. And I would like to give them an opportunity to pose their question. Lena, would you like to share your question and maybe give some further explanation?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with micro schools, it's kind of a fairly new trend in Kansas, as far as I'm concerned. And it's individuals, and I say individuals because they don't have to have any specific training, that come together. I consider it like homeschool on steroids. And so they may have, like, let's say up to 10 kids come into their basement and do education with them, maybe 4 days a week from 8 to 2 or something like that. And so there's a company called Prinda that operates micro schools. And so they find families, individuals, whoever, and they hire them, pay them to be guides, and then they hire a Kansas teacher of record. And then right now they are partnered with one of my districts, which is why I'm concerned about this and know about it. And what I'm seeing, because we have students now in Topeka, Wichita, and I just saw in the paper that there's going to be a micro school opening in Hutchinson next year. But we have students who have day school IEPs, who have serious emotional disturbances, things like that, that may necessitate a use of seclusion or restraint, safety plans, those kind of things. And I'm not sure anybody is really paying attention to if their staff have been trained in ESI, if they even know the definition of seclusion or restraint, if that's being reported under the districts. To me, it's a real concern because they are getting special ed services, but not by licensed providers, on a day-to-day basis. The licensed teacher checks in like once a month or something. So anyway, it's just a concern to me, what's going on with micro schools, because I feel like it doesn't really fall under homeschooling, and it's not private schooling, and they're accessing public dollars. And I'm worried that we're not upholding the same accountability for things like ESI for students.
Yeah, so let me answer this and not answer it at the same time. Micro schools, I think, is a whole topic in and of itself, without ESI being necessarily even the only issue. I think that there's a lot of other pieces of special education that play in a micro school, as well as general education. That being said, KSDE only has purview oversight of schools that are accredited in the state of Kansas. So that's all of the public schools, that's the parochial schools that are accredited. Sometimes it's districts, sometimes it's individual schools, but every accredited system in the state is what we have the purview over, with oversight for ESI regulation.
So can I follow up on that? If the students attending a micro school are enrolled in a public school district, does that not make that micro school required to uphold those same regulations?
It absolutely does. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a great question on an interesting topic. Jenny had a follow-up, a related question. Jenny, would you like to share your question?
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering, do we know if we can disaggregate those data by who was involved in terms of paraprofessionals, teachers, and then where the incidents were occurring? So I'm assuming it's mostly special education classrooms and special education schools.
Actually, no. So yes and no. We do have access to detailed information when we have a concerning report or something that looks out of place. I will often call a district, email them, and request all of the documentation to kind of follow up and make sure that their reporting coincides with the event that they had that happened. A lot of times the ESI are actually taking place with students that have not yet been evaluated. And later we see then that they end up on an IEP with supports in place for behavior and behavior plans and all of those kinds of things. And so really that's quite a bit of the ones that we see. There's something else that.
It becomes part of that trigger into the
Yeah.
either general education intervention.
What was
The settings.
Or the.
Oh, the settings are usually always transitional places, lunchrooms, hallways, as they're moving from one spot to another. That can be it. And then the other one for the elementary kids, especially the really little ones, seems to be that like frustration and not understanding what the expectations are. So really just kind of working with new teachers too is some that I've done this year. New teachers just kind of understanding developmentally where the kiddos are at, and that they're going to get frustrated. They don't have the verbal skills to be able to necessarily share that in an appropriate way. So just again, that basic training and understanding for staff. My concerning groups that are kind of missing from training seem to be those people like lunchroom staff who may be classified staff in a school. And for some reason, the administration thinks only certified staff needs to receive this training. That is not the case. It's all staff, everyone who works within that building or comes from that building and is in contact with students.
Those are great points. I mean, you'd add bus drivers into that conversation too, and anyone that has contact with those kiddos.
I was going to say that I've presented twice now at the school transportation conference, and I will be presenting again this summer. And bus drivers always have a ton of questions about ESI. So we are providing that training at that conference every year now.
Very good. And we have another question. Mike would like to add something.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thank you. Mike Burgess with the Disability Rights Center of Kansas. And, this is an area that we've long been interested in and are really appreciate the opportunity to partner with the department and Marvin and other task force members going way back as well. I guess on a good news front, just Marvin talked about the updated regulations that are working their way through. And I just got an email this week from Scott Gordon saying that they've just got the approval from the Attorney General's office and D of A. Now they've cleared both of those hurdles, and now it's just a matter of scheduling the public hearing, and that is likely to be in April. So we're nearing the end from that like 3 or 4 year process.
Yeah, I just want to make sure
amending this.
I do want to make sure people understand though, that those are not in place yet. Like,
yeah,
we have not received official written documentation that is in place.
Well, they won't be in place until after the hearing,
right,
in April at the earliest. And I can't remember. I think there's. And I can't remember if there's a 60 or 90-day window after the hearing before they take effect. Or like I know that the public hearing is the next step in that road to those updated regulations. But on that was on the good news front, and then kind of just piggybacking on some of the questions that previous folks had talked about, along with what Marvin said and the points that you made as well. It may be a good chance for us to revisit kind of the data that we're collecting and reporting, as well as, training, because this, having been involved in the original legislation that was passed, that it was definitely a sausage making process that it went through. And we didn't have a whole lot of things from other states at that point to really look at. And so we tried to find things that we knew based upon, some of the previous national reporting that had come out as far as different data sets that we should look at. But, the setting and some of those things may be, that may be useful things to report. I don't want to, one of the things that we've always tried to really be aware of is not to make it overly complicated or unnecessarily complicated, but it would probably behoove us to kind of revisit some of those things, both from a data and a training perspective, to look at those and look for ways that, that we can kind of continue to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to make sure that ESI is only used in true emergencies, And I mean, and it's been an amazing road. I mean, when we first, we had parents coming and telling us horrific stories, of what happened to their son or daughter. And way back then, the vast majority of the response was, well, that isn't happening. That doesn't happen here. And, we don't have a problem with this. And we've gone kind of full circle in so many places and changed the culture. And now we're working on, how do we prevent this from happening? And so it's just been amazing to watch this process, and I know it was a couple of years ago, we had a special day school who previously requested to be exempted from these requirements, came back and said, thank you for not exempting us. We've changed the culture, our staff are injured less, our learning environments are better, we're seeing better outcomes, just all these other benefits because they fully embraced, PBIS and looking at how we can, reduce ESI by, educating and talking and communicating and informing parents. And so I want to thank everyone for their role in this. And we stand ready to help, if we do want to revisit kind of those training and data pieces as well. So thank you.
I might just respond a little bit to that on a couple of different fronts. One is that we have seen a vast decrease in number of parent complaints and calls of concern, and from other staff members and teachers, that kind of thing. We've had like one this year, so that's a really good sign. We collect a lot of data. A lot of this ESI data kind of intersects with our discipline data as well. Because typically if there's an ESI event that takes place, oftentimes there's a discipline incident at the same time. Within that data collection, we get a lot of very detailed and specific information and specific reports that kind of are more cohesive. I will also follow up by saying that the ESI regulations in Kansas are significantly more thorough and substantial than the other states. There's a new document that was put out by the federal government that compared all of the states' discipline statutes and laws, and Kansas was very robust in this area. So I agree that a lot of initial work was done and done very well on this.
Well, it took a lot of work of a lot of people, but that's when we talk to our counterparts in other states and other states are considering laws or even, Congress, I feel like we're, we have so much more behind it. And, and I think it's by and large for the right reasons. Parents are now, I mean, the same day notification and next day written reporting, that's a game changer. I mean, that helps us move down the path to preventing this from happening. Just the horror stories. I mean, one of the hardest weeks of my life was during that ESI task force. I had to help parents tell their stories because there was a hearing. And so I had to work with a bunch of parents on, you had to hear the whole story and then help them, tell it in 3 minutes, just the pertinent parts. But every single one of those parents broke down in tears. I mean, and it was just so hard hearing those stories and helping and just, they didn't know how long it had been going on. It's hard to relive that going back, but we moved so far from that. I appreciate everyone's work on it. So thank you.
Yeah, I will tell you one kind of success story we had. I feel like it's a story. I don't know. We did have a parent that called and was concerned about the ESIs for her 5-year-old. I was able to get on and compare mom's records that she had received from the school with our records that were submitted to the state and discovered that they were not matching. So that, like I said, then I was able to follow up and be able to find out what that disconnect was and why it was made and how to remedy it and how to move forward. We were actually able to find better solutions and a better placement for that student that was more appropriate for his needs. but it's things like that that I think parents are feeling more empowered now to call and say, I've got this amount of data showing my kids had this many ESI incidents, should I be worried? So that's really good too. I also just want to mention that currently I think I'm the only one at the State Department that's working on ESI. So yeah.
So it's all fine.
And it's a lot, and I know that report is a lot, but we do look at it and use it. So thank you for preparing even the long version of it that's broken down by district.
Yeah.
Because that is useful information. And I know the length of time and the number of instances per, it is, I mean, even though they're outliers, before we had the statute, we had no way of knowing what those outliers were, and it was just happening. And there was no way to become aware of it. So I know it's a lot of work, but it's appreciated.
Very good. Well, this is Tobias. Thank you very much for your input and for those questions. Shannon, do you have more for your
I think
presentation?
that Leslie with Families Together has a question.
Yeah, just quickly, I'll make it quick. Couple of things. So I looked, I knew that I report on that every time. So you guys will see that between July and the end of December, we had 11. And I did pull up real quickly just now, and those were 11 different individuals, because sometimes it's the same parent, 5 times in that course of time. I will dig a little deeper in it because I love all that great information, but we still do get, those calls where it's really tough situations. And so I do on the guidance, when that changes, related to IEPs, I want to make sure that people know that it can still be talked about, because we work with a lot of families where we have a long history of ESI with their child. And so IEP teams, sometimes people hear things like, oh, we can no longer talk about it, can no longer even be mentioned in there. Whereas we want to make sure they understand that it, looking and comparing and seeing what's going on is important. The other quick question I had was, you mentioned foster kids when you were talking about, and so I know you said that transition's been tougher, and I understand that, but what exactly were you saying relative to ESI foster kids when you brought them up?
Just that there was kind of some trends with those students that would have lots of events. When they would first transition into a school, they'd have several incidents, and then it would go away. And so when I would call the school and say, well, how did this all of a sudden disappear? What did you do? And it was either they identified something, if the child settled in better. But most of the time when I made those calls, it was on the children were on foster placements, which made sense to me.
I think you bring up a really good point, Leslie, because on a special ed team, I mean, most of the IEPs I've written in 25 years are with kids with behaviors or severe issues with not managing their mental health. And so looking at baseline data, teams need to still write behavior goals. They still need to write the plans. They still need to put the behavior plan in place, and they still need to train CPI, because there's that section in there. Is there any further staff training required? Still do that, but know that and ESI are not being looked at with the same language. I think that's very important to bring that up.
And really, if I had it my way, every IEP would restate that staff all need to be trained on ESI regulation.
Right.
Just because I think we can't say that enough anywhere.
Sure.
But as a strategy, as a tool in an IEP for behavior, ESI should not be.
Right. And I think that you're making a great point that parents need to know that the team, and as a member of the team, they need to bring that up in the IEPs, that the staff is going to be trained. It is a state, would you say mandate?
Regulation.
Regulation. Okay. Yeah. Because
And
parents
it's
need
part
to
of the
know.
parents' rights to be
Right.
notified and if one takes place. And there's a lot of situations where the staff tell me what happened, and I'm like, thank you for keeping that kid safe. I'm so glad that you were able to keep them safe. And so, but just making sure that parents are aware that they have a right to that information, a right to ask questions about it, that kind of thing. And a lot of times too, parents have not better, but they have suggestions themselves for how to handle certain triggers or behaviors. that conversation might not come up unless it's maybe sometimes through an ESI, unfortunately, and they're like, oh, well, could have done this with my child, and that leads to a whole other.
And I think making sure that we work, one situation comes to my mind where, some of these kids have a lot of systems they're working with and a lot of people. And then as we integrate more and more of our services and, maybe we have mental health folks in and behaviorists in, and sometimes the wrong person gets notified.
Yeah.
And so I know one of the parents I talked to, she didn't hear until 2 days after, but yet the person who had been coming into the school to work with her child was notified. Because people, again, training, making sure, who is it that we.
Very good. Shannon, do you have more?
No, I do not. I'm sorry, Gisela.
Oh, no, this is good conversation. And one of the things that I'm seeing is that in so many instances, communication breakdown is the root of a lot of strife. And the better we communicate, the better things get. So do we have any other questions or comments for Shanna?
Discipline data to come.
Yes, I understand. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you very much, those of you either in the virtual space or in the room, for the robust conversation. Before we break for lunch, I did want to give you an update on Jennifer King. She did share an email this morning. Bert, did I hear you say something?
Yeah, Kelly was going to give a SIGDIS update too.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let Kelly do it.
Hi, I'm Kelly Steele. I'm a education program consultant with Kansas State Department of Education, and I'm also the guy between you and lunch. So I'll try to keep this short and sweet. Significant disproportionality. That's a mouthful. So we do not want to unnecessarily identify students. We do not want to over-discipline students, and we want students in the least restrictive environment. So that's the 3 areas: identification, placement, discipline. We are currently working with a few schools, not many, a few schools, to help them address their significant disproportionality. And that includes data collection, stakeholder engagement, root cause analysis, and an action plan moving forward. I realize the timing and lunch is upon us. We do have more information on our website, and you can feel free to reach out to me. Again, my name is Kelly Steele. Are there any questions?
We can bring this back to bias in April and give you a more thorough PowerPoint opportunity, but we wanted to introduce significant disproportionality because it is a requirement that we identify any agency that has any opportunity in a factor over 3 years to have over-identified or have a placement area where they have more students placed than any other race ethnicity, or they're disciplining a race or ethnicity more so than any other race or ethnicity. We use a factor of 3, except for speech pathology, speech language, we use a 4.5 factor because we know that more students are identified under the speech language. So we don't want to punish them for identification. But in 2019, we're required to document which agencies were significantly disproportionate, and we had 7. We worked with those 7 and we got 6 of them off of significant disproportionality through our opportunity of stakeholder engagement, root cause analysis, corrective action plan, and implementation of that plan. So 6 came off, 1 stayed on, they're still on, 1 district. We've identified another district, and now a 3rd one is right on the cusp of being identified. But we do keep our special education agencies apprised of their data, and they have an opportunity to review their data on placement, identification, and discipline so that they can prevent being identified. But this is something we as a state are required to identify and then work on with that agency. So I'll leave it at that, but Kelly can always come back and provide a more thorough opportunity. But I thought as a topic for SEAC, we need to bring that to your attention because we want to make sure we don't start to see an influx of districts that are being identified.
Yeah, well, very good. And Kelly, I apologize for stepping on your toes there. Thank you for being here. And I do think that that might be a great topic of discussion later on. And Bert, you suggested April. And so okay, let's see if we can do that. So I did want to share something that Jennifer had sent this morning. I'll go ahead and read it to you. On top of staffing issues, we're now dealing with a family emergency. My 8-year-old niece was hit by a car yesterday evening when she ran into a street chasing a ball. She was taken by ambulance to the hospital in Ark City, where she lives, then airlifted to Wesley. Given the circumstances, it could have been much worse, and hopefully she won't have any long-term medical issues. But since we are the only family in Wichita, we are helping with that. So that's why Jennifer's not here today. And I shared with her that we have she has our thoughts. So please keep her and her family in your thoughts as well. But I did think that, and Kayla thought that it would be a good idea to share that with this group. So with that, we've got lunch, and I have on my my watch, we have 12:40. So let's plan for lunch for 1 hour. So we'll meet back at 1:40. So thank you very much, folks.
Yesterday she had staff absent, couldn't be on because she had a substitute.
Hello, Kayla. Are we close? Kayla, if you can hear me, are we close to starting? Hello, everybody. Are we ready to resume our meeting? Kayla, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Well, I'd like to go be respectful of everyone's time and get this get the rest of this afternoon's meeting going. I hope you had a great lunch. I hope that there's a box of cookies on their way to my address. I'll give the address in the chat if you think that that's appropriate. Just kidding. I will let's next up is member reports. And I'm not sure exactly who this is another space for any SEAC members to share any relevant details that they would like to share with the group of their experiences relevant to the meeting since we had our meeting last. So are there any members that would like to share anything?
So this is Lindsay Graff, and I have no clue what I'm doing. But I just wanted, something that came up today that I kind of want to point out was that checkbox of the beginning, like the beginning of your trainings or the ESI trainings, and people just kind of check marking the box. This has actually come up in one of my districts in reference to mandated reporting. So like I do it from a special ed standpoint at my trainings, and we do it all staff. But our in Coffee County, our county attorney has now started going around with the sheriff and doing more intensive training at each of the buildings too. And it's really kind of shed to light because they go a little bit more in depth how much we're just really check marking boxes. So I felt like after hearing that today, that I wanted to throw that back out really for the State Department to kind of hear that although those are well intended and important trainings, they are very much becoming just.
And then what is the training your
Ours
sheriff's
was,
department?
it's on mandated reporting.
They come out and are doing.
Yeah, so we did ours earlier in the year, but he just really felt, so a little bit of background is when he first came on, we had 2 students who were killed in the house fire the first day of school, the first night. And it was a family that had been reported on repeatedly. But he really like dove in with our DCF in our area because felt like things were not being done. Well, as a part of doing that, you also have to hold the other side of that coin accountable too. And although in that situation we had reported, it still has become, that's a passion of his as it should be. And so he this year asked if he could start coming out and doing these reports or these trainings. And yeah, it's fabulous. But what I'm now feeling like I'm hearing as a trend is that there's like 16 of them or something like in that checkbox list. And I think that because of all that, you throw the hour of Jason Flatt, the ESI, the mandated reporting, bloodborne pathogens, all that in one big scoop. And it's just becoming this check. And I'm not sure that there's any impact happening. So I just wanted to share that.
Well, thank you very much. I would remind everyone in the room that we do have interpreters that are attempting as fast as they can to translate what we're saying into ASL for any of our listeners and readers that cannot hear us. So be mindful of that as you're having a back and forth conversation in the room. Did I hear an acronym that I'm not familiar with? And I checked the C acronym list, the RDCF, Lindsay?
DCF, Department of Children and Families.
Okay.
Just DCF, no.
The
Okay,
R
thank you.
was an hour.
Hour, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, and thank you, Lindsay, for that. And I think in any area where there are required trainings, there is going to be some instances of those that just check the box and those that take it seriously. I don't think we're going to be really difficult to get away from that, but we want to do as much as we can to get away from that, just checking the box. So thank you for bringing that up. And I think that if I understand that this is a fairly hot topic at the state level, state board level, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. So the more that we know about the process and how that process is integrated and used, the better. So again, back to communication. I think it's important that we communicate effectively. So thank you for being eyes on the ground, so to speak, for that. But also thank you for speaking up and mentioning your experience with that. Are there any other members that would like to share anything? Okay, hearing none, I think we're ready to move on to the Council of Ex Officio member reports. Our Bert in the room, do you think that we are ready for some of these?
Yes, we are. Families Together is here. They can start.
Okay, Bert, and I will kind of let you quarterback this from the room, okay?
Okay. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay. All right, I'm starting. Kayla, do you want to hold it? Thank you. And since my face isn't on there, I'm not gonna look at the camera. I forget that up there. And so I guess for anyone that is new and isn't aware, Families Together is the federally designated parent training and information center for Kansas. And that comes through the Office of Special Education Programs, OSEP. And we've been that for over 40 years. It is a competitive grant process, so we go through that kind of process, just like many of you for different things. All of our staff have a family member who has a disability and or special health care needs. And so I also like to put that out there because we have people that have varying experience. You know, we have some families, some of our staff have children that are on the autism spectrum, for instance. Some, you know, may have a child with Down syndrome. Some have, you know, mental health challenges. One of our staff persons is very well versed in learning disabilities and dyslexia. In fact, she's going to be on that new reading advisory council, so I'm super excited about that. Her name's Lisa. So anyway, I just say that so that you know that you can refer those families to us, that we're happy to help them, and that they are going to be able to talk to other families that have been through some of those things. So with that, I'll just refer to the report. This gives you a snapshot of what things have looked like for us over the last 6 months. So this covers July through December. And so when it at the top, it says there we had 2,296 individualized consultations and training. And so that, and when I say individualized consultations, I literally mean one-on-one. Okay, so that means one of our staff persons talked to a parent or a person, either phone, email, or in person, that was one-on-one. That isn't when they call and maybe we're not the person for them and we refer them to someone else, or they just call and ask, when's your next training? Those aren't the kinds of things that we're tracking here. We really are working with those individuals. And so then on the left side, that pie chart just, I know you can't see it very well, but we've broken our individualized assistance into tiers. And so we have tier 1 through tier 3. And then we also have, if you can see it at all, it's tier 3, it says PTIIEMP. So that what that means is those are one. So we go through, so tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, I think you guys are pretty well self-explanatory. You know, tier 1's the pretty easy questions, the assistance, everybody kind of gets the same thing. And then as it goes up the tiers, it's more intense. But when you see that IEP-MP, that means those are families that not only they've probably gotten some level of the other tiers, but we've identified them as a family who needs even more than that. And so we are working with them to go through some person-centered planning using the Charting the Life Course framework. And we are leading up to and including the IEP meeting and then an evaluation of how things went from the parents' perspective and also the team's perspective. And so, and we added, you'll see the tier 3, it now says KSDE, because that's with our new funding. We have some of the relief funds we have been able to add currently 3 people. So we have a person who is focused on birth through age 12. And then we have a person 13 and up. And so those 2 people are just doing that individualized consultation with that age group, you know, of families, and that's the statewide. And then we also have a person who is focused on kids that are in foster care. And so she is doing similar things for the foster care, and that's for transition age. So again, that's 14 and up, and she's doing very similar to what I just described, but she's also helping the families and the student with credits, tracking their credits, making sure, you know, when they move all around, how has everything followed them, where are they at on the credits, and then also we have a person who is part-time on some of the new monies who is working with the youth. And so that they work directly with those youth to help provide incentives to them, to help them with goal setting and looking at, you know, just kind of trying to get them more engaged and being, better self-advocates. And then the student assistance just represents students. So we do our grants the last, actually, I think it was in 2015 when it started. It used to be that PTIs only worked with family, the parents. And now there's a component where we work directly with the students, but that's what that's about. And on the right, I just put that so you could kind of see training versus parent assistance just as a whole. So you can see that individualized assistance is a huge, huge part of what we do. And then that purple piece there is professional assistance, because we also try to win, because we do get a lot of calls from educators asking questions. In fact, okay, well, I'll go there, I'll start going on. And then if you just go down a little bit. So I just, again, I said this to Dean earlier today, but people, that's our greatest resource. And so when we can add staff, that means more families are able to be helped. And so I did, and we are going to start, I would be able to provide you starting January, this whole report just based on the monies that KSDE has given us from the relief funds, which, because now we have that set up to do that. For this year, it just started October 1 for us. And so I haven't, it's just lumped in here, but I will tell you of that 2,296, 284 of those in those 3 months were done by people that we didn't have before that. So it's already making a great impact, I think. And so then if you go down, you guys have heard me say this before, but this just gives you an idea of where the calls are coming from. Sorry, Kayla, maybe, yep. So those are the different categories. Autism is always at the top. Honestly, those, ones right up there at the top. I'm curious to know if the no IDEA disability one has been as high. I go back and look at that compared to others, but that just gives you kind of a sense of kinds of demographics for the calls we're getting. And then if you keep going, then you'll see the contact content. And so that's just what was the main thing the parent called about. And then we just track that. And a parent might call, we might have a person that's called, about accommodations and modifications, and then they want to know about least restrictive environment or whatever. So more than one content area sometimes. And then below that, I did notice that mental health actually is now in the top 20. So that would be a difference, because I was reporting that separately, and I didn't notice that until I glanced at it a bit ago. So we are getting more and more calls where mental health is one of the content areas that staff are choosing more often. That's where, and here's where you'll see that we had 11 calls for emergency safety interventions. I didn't have time to dig in on those individual calls. I looked at one, and the very first one I looked at was a situation where the parent reported that the school had taken away the child's accommodations. I think it was accommodations. I don't think it was modifications. I'll have to go back and look to see how the child would do. And then things did not go well. Surprise. And then they also took away the paraprofessional that was assigned, because the school had said that they did not have the resources. And that child went to a much more restrictive placement in this meantime. And so again, there's things like that nobody wants to hear us say, but that's the kind of, but that's what, and we want to get those calls, because then we start working through this, because I try to really emphasize that we want to be part of the solution. We don't want to be part of the problem. We are not going to go in there. I think there was a time, I've been with families together a long time, but there was a time when it was like, oh my gosh, they're coming, and everybody was the last person they wanted to see, because we were just so, militant about it, some of the stuff. And it definitely evolved into knowing that we all need to work as a team, and better things will happen. So I don't want people to hesitate to send people our way. The formal complaints, I did notice that was up more, where people were, and that doesn't mean that we told them about formal complaint, that means that those parents called and asked about the formal complaint process. And so we trained staff to really like, when do we choose these different contents items so that we hopefully have consistency in, when we look at this, we can make sense out of it. And then down below, the education advocate program continues to be extremely busy. And so if you look at that, I'll just remind you guys that when you look at the appointments, so in December, 38 appointments were made and 13 of those were new. That means that was a child new to the system. So maybe the parental rights were terminated, or they literally just came to the system, whatever the case. And then on the cancellations where it says 31 final, that means of those 49 in December, for example, that child either graduated or no longer is eligible for services, so doesn't need an IEP, or turned 18, whatever, there's a reason it's final. And then, yeah, you can see early childhood, we've been tracking that as well, so that we know how many of those are in that 3 to 5. And then I did also, if you go to the next one, and I actually have copies of this if anybody is interested. Although it's not, this is what happens when you ask your husband to at his office, because you do it late. So, okay. So I haven't collated these, so don't ask me for copies right now. Yeah. Anyway, this, I wanted you guys to have an example of some of the things we do with the families using the life course framework. And because it's very cool, and this was actually, this IEP meeting happened this morning at 7:15, and this was given to the team yesterday or the day before, and this was work. One of the people working on this is the new person who is working on transition age kids under the new fund. And they were just thrilled. The special education director, responded immediately to say, wow, this is great. Because it's just a way for us to guide our conversations with families to really think about how they can prepare themselves for that meeting and have input. So, and I do have these, I'll pull them out and not front and back.
You'll be sending this out, will you not, Kayla?
Yes, yeah, you can do that. That's even better.
All right.
Well, just think about how they could do a student-led IEP using that.
Yeah.
That's just
for sure. And then I also, I will add just, and sometime when I have more time, maybe go into more detail, but we do have a project in Johnson County. I've mentioned it before, where we're working with justice involved families. But one of the persons who works on that project, who is working with the youth, is also working with the youth with some of our transition age youth that aren't justice involved, and some really cool things happening with the youth themselves. Our Monday memo, we've put a couple times put our podcast in there that we're using those podcasts as a way for that person to build relationships with the youth, and to the youth kind of do some journaling exercises, and they work for incentives, and it's just all directed on helping them, with goal setting and just caring about their education, getting them more involved. And we do have a lot of events coming up. So I did ask just recently to have someone check to make sure all of you guys are on our list. So you should be receiving the Monday memo. If that doesn't sound familiar to you, let me know, and also check your spam folders. It goes out every other Monday, and it's going to have a lot of great information in it, but it also has all of our training information where you can link to registration. And we desperately need education advocates in Wichita. So if you know people.
So you want me to sign up for January 22?
Yes, and tell your friends.
bring people.
It's just, Wichita is the hardest area. We a lot of the kids are in, the Kansas City Metro and in Wichita. And we don't have enough.
Any questions for Leslie? That was
No
excellent.
one has their hand up in the virtual space.
Thanks, Tobias. Great report.
Thank you, guys.
Kansas Association of Special Ed Administrators.
I'm Ashley Enns and I'm the liaison for KC, or Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators. Kayla, did you get you're fantastic. She did everything. So I put together a couple little updates, but we'll obviously send you some of the resources that are in here too. If you go ahead to the next slide, or go on down, I guess. Since the last time that we met, there have been a couple things. One of the things I spoke about the last time we met, I think, was the advocacy day that was coming up at the Capitol. So that was a pretty successful day. You can see there the picture of the administrators who came to provide support. They did a press conference. There was also some testimony from Kyle Carlin, who's in the center there right behind Doug. And to be perfectly honest, he got grilled a little bit, and I think he did a really, really nice job of explaining and articulating the issues that are Kansas-wide and not just specific to his district. Because if you look at things just district by district, then you're not getting the whole picture usually. So so that was a successful day, and there's recordings that you guys can see as well. As a result of that, there were well, I guess I should say one of the big pushes this year for KC, or every year, is the kind of inter coordination of different groups. That's why we have this liaison group that we've created so that we can overlap with SEAC and other entities and things along those lines. And so this document about school funding was created as a collaborative effort between KC, USA Kansas, which is United School Administrators, and KSB, Kansas Association of School Boards. And we'll open it up here in just a minute, but I'll just speak to it a little bit. I've shared in the past, and I can reshare again, the explanation of state funding and the requirements that we have for special education funding. Kind of as a refresher, there's a requirement or an expectation that 92% of the excess costs that it takes to educate students with disabilities is covered by our state funding, and we are well short of that and have pretty much always been well short of that. That doesn't mean that our students with disabilities don't get services. It means that we have to find that within our district's general fund, which means that the budget overall is affected for all of our kids. So again, all of these will affect every single kid that we have, not just our students with disabilities. So if you want to go ahead and click on that link, I think it should work. So I won't read through this, but I did want to just highlight what the questions are on this document, because what we're starting to find is that because state funding for special education is complicated, there are a lot of factors, there are a lot of pieces. And I'll be honest, I finished my district licensure a couple years ago, and I remember saying, hey, was all of that finance stuff supposed to make sense? And they're like, no, it wasn't. So thanks for asking. But truly, it's really complicated and there's a lot that goes into it. And so rightfully, there's a lot of questions that come out of that, because if you just blanket, surface level look at some of the funding, you may be like, no, we look good. We're fully funded in Kansas, which is true for education total under a different statute. So some of the questions that are included on here, aren't we fully funded? That's what I was just referencing. So just clarifying again the different pots of money and how education is funded and where special ed funds come from. That second question, how many Kansas students receive special education services? I will pause for a moment and offer clarification on this, because it does seem to be a point that is out of contention, but of confusion, I guess. And so 88,000 approximately students with disabilities and gifted students receive special education services. And then a number that has come up was that 29,000 number. So that reflects what we call the full-time equivalency. So that would be what It's basically reflecting the amount of special education services each student is getting. So it's not that we only have 29,000 students that we're serving. It's if you put all of those minutes together in a school day, it would equal this one student. So we might have 3 students that receive a third of their day of special education services, and then that would come together and be 1 FTE. So that's where some of the confusion has come from as far as calculation and where some of the funding should be coming from or should be looking like. That down below, why do so many students need special education services? That's probably just a misnomer. There's not been a huge increase that we've seen. Go ahead and go down. And then that explains the funding by law. Again, I'll re-include, and I think I have it on another slide, the flyer that Casey created, and they update it every year. That explains the funding really nicely and succinctly, but this is a little bit of an overview. Some special education students receive weightings. Why aren't we utilizing those? That's applied to all students, all children. Special education, again, is above and beyond those excess costs. And so kids they may qualify and need extra services for different reasons. They may have a disability, but they also may be homeless. They may have a disability, but they also may be in need of title services. Going along. And then why do some districts receive more excess costs? This is a far more complicated question than I'll get into today, but there's a good explanation on there. But the 92% is an average across the state. And so we have co-ops that includes multiple districts. And so that does skew some of those numbers a little bit. So that'll offer some clarification. Going down. School districts have been increasing special education and unencumbered balances. And so this is basically referring to what we're carrying over the following year. And again, because it's complicated, payments for, as many of you guys know, payments for special education come in 5 payments each year, and the last one is at the very end. And so typically our expenses have already been taken care of. We're starting over, right? And so we will carry over that balance from the last year, but it's not necessarily that we have extra funds. It's that we've already taken care of those and we're carrying them over to ensure that we're continuing the service that we require. Go on. Why should Kansas contribute more than the federal government? This explanation is nicely stated, but if you look at the bottom, there are some things that are out of our control. And so we will control within the state what we are able to control. And right now we do have some excess funds. And so we'd like to see those being contributed to funding special education. And I think that's the very last one. Is that the last one? Perfect. All right. So again, you guys will have this full document to reference, but it was really a collaborative effort from those organizations to try to offer clarification to our legislature, but also to the community who's advocating for some of these things.
Thank you, Ashley.
And then if you want to go back to the PowerPoint or the PDF, did you have something, Dean?
So this is Dean, just a question. Has that already been disseminated, that document, the KSDE one?
It has to, yes, yeah, it was disseminated, I believe, right before break and then again at the beginning of this.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was right before this.
Oh, no, I didn't, you mean before this break, or you mean for the legislature?
Yes, the legislative break.
Oh, okay.
I think that the legislative chair has redistributed that as well.
We can talk about the language around the 40% for the feds. That there's a lot of confusion. There can be confusion on that because it's apples and oranges. The 40% in the federal law isn't about 40% of special education. It's different, and I think you probably know that. But just in case questions come,
I don't know it as well as you do, Dee.
Oh, okay, no, but anyway, just for consistency, and so that I'll chat with you later.
Yeah.
The point stands. There needs to be more money for it.
Much appreciated. The cost of special education in Kansas fact sheet is what I was referencing that I've shared before, and I'll share that again. And then that last point, the governor's state of the state address, which I believe was scheduled last night and got delayed. 24th. And the only reason that I included that on there was that Casey was instrumental in finding a family who will be a part of that address and the family of a child with disability. And so we were really excited, and now we're just looking forward to it again. We can go on to the next one. Those are the resources that I'll send out to you guys today, and then go on. And then we have our winter conference that's coming up in February here in Topeka. And so we've got some information on those. We're looking forward to a really good session and some nice opportunities for collaboration across the state. The winter conference is something that was relatively new. I mean, within the last 10 years, and it has really, really grown. So those who are special education administrators are saying they're getting a lot from that. But also there have been other people who have attended that have reflected that that's been really beneficial for them too, whether it's been families or we've had some other educators who have joined us. And that should be it.
Marvin has a question.
I just wanted to throw out here these are the type of conferences that SEAC members, especially if they're new SEAC members, and probably intend and receive reimbursement for. Is that correct?
We can work on that. Okay. Yes.
Anything else?
Just work with Kayla and let her know if you want to attend.
For Kayla.
All right, so any questions for Ashley on the virtual format?
I see none.
Thank you, Tobias. And by the way, I've heard that the governor plans to offer up to fully fund special education in her state of the state. That came from a pretty reliable source that's very close to the governor. How about Disabilities Rights Center?
Well, howdy, everybody. So lots of exciting things to report on. And so I know I told you, Bert, and a couple other folks, one of the projects I've been working on here recently is a supported decision-making resource website. And so just really excited about it as we've talked and done other presentations about supported decision-making, which right now you can do in Kansas, even though we haven't passed a supported decision-making agreements law. Our existing guardianship laws are actually really permissive and pretty set up pretty well to allow for supported decision-making today. But one of the big things, you know, as we've talked to educators and others is, and families, you know, that's awesome. I'm interested. I want to learn more. How do I begin? And so there are some amazing resources out there. And one of the ones that we will talk is and you can send people to, there's a 2.5-minute video that explains supported decision-making in plain language, in easy to understand descriptions. And it's so our planning to go to kind of share that far and wide. And then we're also linking to some Kansas specific resources to talk about how you begin using supported decision-making. What if you want to use a written agreement, which is the best practice, you know, what you can do with that, and lots of other good information. I'm hoping that we're about a week or so out from having the website. So I'll absolutely share the link with Kayla to share with everybody as soon as we have it. And around that, we're going to do a big effort. The Disability Rights Center, we're partnering with the Kansas Bar Association. And one of the things that we're going to be doing are continuing legal education credits or courses on supported decision-making and alternatives to guardianship, because that is one of the challenges. So Kansas, we're significantly higher than the national average. And that, you know, there are a lot of history that has led us here. But basically, you know, one of the biggest challenges we have is that for many folks, they're not aware of the alternatives to guardianship. And supported decision-making is a great tool, and especially if you use it with some of the other tools that exist, such as durable powers of attorney. There's rep payee. There are other financial tools. I mean, there's lots of different pieces that can all be put together to help somebody not have to go. I mean, you know, we've heard about the Free Britney movement. Unfortunately, it's all too common, even here in Kansas, things like that. And it happens to people that you would never guess would need something like that. You know, it's kind of shocking that the courts would even approve this, but the courts only, they adjudicate the facts as presented to them. And unfortunately, in many cases, people are led to believe by many of the professionals in their life that they need a guardianship. And so that's the route they go. And so we're really trying to promote some of these alternatives to guardianship. And it's never too early to start. I mean, and it can start with as little as, you know, what clothes I'm wearing, up to, do I buy a car or a house, you know, and everything in between. And so, you know, and there are some great resources to help individuals identify what decisions they may need help with and what they may not. And then, but anyways, I digress into that. If anyone is aware of any speaking opportunities, we have a number of Kansans, including the son of one of the co-directors of Families Together, who are great experts in youth-supported decision-making in their daily lives. And we've done, there are several of us who can go out and talk to a group. So if you know of a transition council, or, you know, and we can do them in person or virtually. And, but, you know, some of the opportunities, we did a session we've done sessions at the SAC conference, the Disability Caucus. We went to the KU Med Center and presented to 100 doctors on alternate supported decision-making and alternatives to guardianship. There have been a lot of great opportunities, but if you know of others, that we'll put together a panel of experts from the University Center for Excellence on Developmental Disabilities, or some of the best experts in the world on supported decision-making. Some self-advocates who use it, and then often I will chime in with covering some of the legal aspect or some of the other tools that you can use and how you can use them. So please feel free to share those. And then after we launch the website, one of the things that you can do is to sign up to stay informed about opportunities to learn more about supported decision-making. Or if you have an organization that would like to join a coalition to be involved with it, we would love to welcome additional folks who want to participate and help and contribute. So that was a lot about supported decision-making. Obviously, this is the first week of the legislative session, so there's a lot of things. A couple of highlights that I think would be relevant to this group. One of the things we're going to be advocating for the last handful of years, the legislature they've done some rate increases to some of the waiver services on the Medicaid waivers, home and community-based services waivers. We haven't added any additional slots. And so, as most of you are aware, you know, the waiting list for the IDD waiver, 2 years ago, it was 8 years. Now it's over 10 years. And that's because essentially it's become a crisis list. You sign up hoping to have a slot, but more than likely you're going to have a crisis and begin services via crisis, which is absolutely the worst way we can serve people. So one of the things that we're going to be advocating for, in addition to fully funding special education, as already covered, is to increase waiver slots and help address the waiting list. There's also a waiting list on the physical disabilities waiver. It's not quite as long. And then the waiting list that isn't called a waiting list is the autism waiver, and that's really small. Sorry, is there a question?
No, we admitted someone.
Oh, okay. And so that's one of the things that's going to be really important, because if we can get, then there's been some exciting work too on modernization of that IDD waiver. And so hopefully over the next few years, we may create some new tools such as a community supports waiver and some other things, because the big goal is to put together a plan to eliminate the waiting list, and transition is going to look totally different once we're successfully in addressing that. We're also going to be pursuing a supported decision-making agreements bill again this year and working on that. And the big benefit there is, while you can use supported decision-making today, if we add a statute that, be similar, like we have one for the Powers of Attorney Act, and it specifies some of those, the requirements, how you create one, dissolve one, and create some protections. This would be kind of the same sort of thing. It would create liability protections for supporters. It sets up a process for supporters to be able to help decision makers in a variety of ways, such as at a financial institution or in a healthcare setting. And then it also creates some protections against bad actors, because it would designate, if you have a written supported decision-making agreement, that supporter is that's a trusted relationship and would trigger enhanced penalties So we'd be more likely to be prosecuted if there was a bad actor. So there's good reasons to pass it. And believe it or not, there's 23 states in the District of Columbia have done it. So we're kind of right in the middle. We're not plowing, we're not breaking new ground here at all. We just want to catch up with the folks who've already figured this out and are reaping the benefits from it. Another piece that is relevant too is Kathy's bill, which creates a disability hiring preference within the state employment system. And it's one of those things. We have a veterans preference today. We've had an executive order that unfortunately they haven't been able to fully implement on creating a disability employment. And in doing it as a statute, it would extend to other additional agencies beyond just the executive branch agencies. Because obviously the governor, when she issues an executive order, those only apply to the executive branch agencies, but it wouldn't apply to individual LEAs. It would be typical state agencies and excludes a handful as well. Some other exciting stuff is especially around KDADs, and some of you might already be aware of this, but they're doing, they designated some money to help fully implement employment first in Kansas, and they're going to do an employment first supported employment pilot. And so I can't remember, I haven't seen the RFP yet, but there will be an RFP coming on that. And it should be, that's a really exciting thing. They also are doing a waiting list study, because one of the challenges that we have, on these waiting lists are the state. We know when the person, what their score was on the functional assessment when they had it done when they first signed up, but obviously somebody's needs can change a lot over 10 years. And we know their age, and we know where they're living in theory. And really, there's not a whole lot outside of that the state knows about these individuals on the waiting list. And so if you're an agency or an organization or an appropriator, a policymaker trying to plan how we're going to help serve these folks, it's going to be very helpful to know what their needs are. And then also another big thing that's coming up, we've been working on it for a lot of years, is the home and community-based settings final settings rule, which in a nutshell means that those services have to be delivered in the community. They can't be delivered in an institutional-like setting. And that, I can't remember now the specific date. I think it's March later on this year is when that finally takes effect. It was passed, I think, in 2014 by CMS. And so we've been working on that transition for a number of years. It's gotten pushed back a couple of times. And so we're close. I think Kansas is going to have to do an additional plan on how we're going to come into compliance, but we're making good headway on that. And so that's also something that we're working on. Then one last little plug. We've talked about it before, but the Disability Rights Center has a resource center on our website. And so one of the things that we partnered with Families Together on is a special education guide. And it has more than 30 individual special education topics kind of covered in one-pagers, or you can print out the whole guide. And so in addition to that, we also have 15 other topics that we have resources on our website. So just wanted to put in a shameless plug for our resource center on our website. And I'll definitely share that supported decision-making website as well as soon as we have it finalized and are ready to launch it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mike?
I don't have, this is lovely, and I don't have a question, but I will also add to what Mike said, is that those one-pagers will soon be available in Spanish as well.
Yep.
On that right now. Right. We have a new person. Lots of translation.
I was going to mention it, but I was going to say that to a future meeting as we can, promote them once they're live.
Okay, sorry.
You're giving the preview though, so that's exciting. It is exciting.
Just puts the pressure on.
Any questions for Mike? So the State Board of Ed, we had our breakfast with them this morning. I just wanted to comment that I thought that went extremely well. Really appreciated everybody mixing up and visiting with the new board members. I learned a lot about them. I hope you did too. Not nearly as scary as some people thought it might be. They were human. They lack a lot of knowledge, and they openly stated that, at least to me they did. So I think they're going to be interested in working with us and not in opposition to anything that we have in mind. Jim normally would be providing you with the report. Unfortunately, he is at the board meeting, so he can't provide that report. So what we'll do is move on to John Harding, who's going to provide the state school for the blind visually impaired ex officio report.
Is Jennifer still here from KSD?
She was on there a few minutes ago.
I didn't know if they wanted to go first. I'll jump in and go, if that's okay.
Well, you're listed first here.
Okay, yeah, School for the Blind, thanks for having us here. We're pleased to be here. It's fun to have some conversation at this end of the table, so I have to get a chance to meet the rest of you. We are all about blindness and low vision. We've been around since 1867, really, a long time. Kansas City, Kansas, and we are not part of the K-12 funding formula. We're funded differently. So the legislature funds us. It's budget season, so we submit our budget to the governor's office, and they make recommendations. It runs through Senate Ed, usually House K-12. And then at the wrap-up session, we learn if our budget is approved. They've been very good to us over the years, so we're grateful for their support. But we're administered really by the State Board of Ed. They're our local board. Only 2 schools in the state have the privilege of having the state board as their local board. So we get the luxury of bragging about our school and our kids to the state board, which has really been nice. So we're grateful also for that opportunity. We serve kids birth to 21 across the state. And the 3 numbers I often use are 1,500. That's the number of kids that we believe that are either blind or low vision, significantly enough to impact their education in this state. That's a pretty safe number. Although we're not tasked with counting kids. We know from teachers across the state and those we work with, that's a pretty safe number. We impact in one way or another about 800 of those kids. And sometimes it's just goes through the Instructional Resource Center as an example, but we count that as a contact for students. And then on our campus, we have programs that serve about 50 kids. So it's a small number of students, but that's intentional. Those are for short-term intensive placement options only. And we work really hard with schools. The schools ask us for help and for placement services, and we work to return those students to their home school and their hometowns as quickly as we can. So that's a little bit about who we are. If you go to kssb.net, you're welcome to look up. I'm a little short on data. I have lots of data, but I didn't bring it today. You can wander around there if you would like. We've really tried to change how people view us. We're very different than we were in 1867 in some ways. Vocation and music has always been a part of our school, and that's still important for us. But we're different even when I came in 2013, when we don't see ourselves as an institution. We see ourselves really as an innovative agency that's here to help students wherever they are in our entire state. So we serve the whole state, and we work really closely with school districts. Some of those that we have, and the department's been great to us and to work with us. We have 2 TASN projects, Technical Assistance Systems Network projects. Some of you are familiar with that. The Instructional Resource Center is one of those projects. They're housed on our campus and send materials to all students across the state who qualify for those services. It's free. So if teacher needs materials in Braille or large print or some technology, they can call us and we send that out. Tony Harrell's great as the director. We also have a teacher training program. Just like everybody else, there's a shortage of teachers. Many teachers work for school districts. Vision teachers work for schools, but they're having trouble finding teachers. We can't keep up with those who retire, those who move away. Unfortunately, sometimes they pass away. So there's always a need for recruitment. So the TSVI comms teachers of students with visual impairment and certified orientation mobility specialist. Those are programs that we send students, usually teachers who already have a degree. We send them to other universities because right now Kansas doesn't have a training program for either one of those. University of Nebraska has kind of a regional program, and the department also provides us money to administer that project. So we're grateful for that and always looking for new teachers. We have a deafblind project that's federally funded, serves children with both vision loss and hearing loss together. There's about 165 on their registry, and they do a lot of technical assistance and leadership. And then we're the only state in the nation to have a deafblind fund. That's administered by the Department of Ed again, and teachers, yes, Gary right now is running that. And teachers can apply, school districts can apply for funds for technical assistance, equipment for students who are deafblind. So we're blessed to have that. Some of our programs that you may or may not be familiar with, we've really focused on STEM. Kids love STEM, right? They love playing and experimenting with hands-on materials. So we built a maker space and use that on our campus. So we have laser engravers and sublimation machines, t-shirts, 3D printers, all the typical stuff, I guess you would say, embroidery machines. And we teach our kids how to use those to make projects. We try to integrate it with the curriculum. So they're doing math and communication and writing. But we also bought a Ford F-250, a large van, and stuff it with STEM equipment and take that across the state. Sometimes we go to schools and we'll have 90 to 100 kids show up, and maybe only 2 kids are blind or low vision, but the message is the same, which is that STEM is for everybody. So we bring occluders and white canes and teach the kids how to do a little bit of Braille and get them to think about who else can do STEM or how would they do STEM if they didn't have their vision. It's been very successful and a lot of fun. And I was telling some people here, we partnered with Make 48, which is basically an inventors competition. They have had a PBS show for years, kind of a Shark Tank concept where different teams come together and they have to build a prototype and then sell that prototype to a panel of judges. They film the whole thing and put it on TV. And so they did this for the first time ever with students who are blind. So they came to our campus. They have tool techs, some brilliant people who come in and actually run the saws. Our kids aren't running the saws, but they come up with the ideas, hand the idea off to artists and artisans, and then they make a prototype and they sell, they have to present that to a panel of judges. And then one team was selected as a winner. They will go on to nationals in Kansas City in a few months, and that will be part of a TV program. I think it's now on Roku, This Old House Makers channel, I think is what it is. But our kids loved that experience. It was amazing for them to get that opportunity. So high expectations, again, math, communication, writing skills, presentation. It was an amazing 2-day event. Computer science, we have the only accessible online computer science course for students who are blind in the country right now. So we've been offering that about 3 years in partnership with Microsoft. Microsoft volunteers teach the course, and then we have a teacher, a math teacher, who's also a teacher of students with visual impairment who oversee the course, and they get credit for that course. And so it's very popular, and we're very proud of that, considering that a lot of schools will be offering this now. So if you have students who are interested in that and are struggling to take that, because math is a visual, and sometimes computer science can be a visual medium, and so it takes some real adaptations to make that work. We have a great ESY, which stands for Extended School Year Program, a summer school program. We had over 100 students come to our campus in June. We ran out of space. We do a little bit of a program with Fort Hays State. Thank you for your help with that. But we want to expand it. We've asked for more money from the legislature to expand that because we know more kids need that, especially coming out of COVID. It's about $1,000 for our programs for a 3-week experience. And we do emphasize for the older students staying on our campus and building their independent living skills as part of our of that experience. So they're building skills while they're there. It looks like fun, but they're building skills when they come to that program. We have a vision symposium, and KSDE was a part of that. Carrie Haig came and spent all day with us. Thank you, down in Wichita. We had 135 teachers, vision teachers mostly, but paraprofessionals. We had doctors giving presentations. We focused on what we call the expanded core curriculum, which is really functional skills and how to build functional skills alongside.
And driver's ed.
And driver's ed, yeah, right. Come to the conference next year and learn about that. That's usually an interesting concept for students who are blind. We did for
really, truly.
Yeah,
it was.
I know.
No, I'm not gonna disagree with you, but yeah, I don't know how white cane on the front of the vehicle is gonna get on.
Where is it? Dr. Kendall Krug did that presentation for us, so he'd be glad to talk about that. On the transition side, we want to move kids to employment and we want to build independent living skills just like everybody else. So we have kind of 3 pathways for kids 18 to 21. They could go to college. We send kids to KCK Community College or the Technical Education Center. We've had that for years. We also have a program now, Project Search, for kids who aren't ready for college yet, but want to build their work skills. We partner with the YMCA in North Kansas City, and they work basically all day, Monday through Thursday, on site, building real work skills with the idea that when they leave, they'll have a portfolio of proven skills they can take back to work in their home community. So that's been only the 2nd school for the blind to ever do that. We have a preschool that's growing on campus. We're excited about that. And now we're getting a lot of calls birth to 3. So students who are a part of what they call Part C programs, infant toddler networks calling us saying, we think we have a child that might have a vision loss, can you come? Which is great because we want to build that identification and referral process when they move from Part C, birth to 3 to 3 to 5 services. We want to connect them with doctors and also with school personnel so they know who's coming and we can start building those skills right away. So we're proud of that. We do have a family forum in the spring where we've worked with KPERT, which is Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. Dr. Jane Groff is part of that, and then Families Together has helped us with that. We think family education is really, really important. We want them to have choices, but you can't make choices unless you have information. So we're committed to doing that. Our kids run a podcast that by themselves, lots of people have podcasts, but not everybody has kids running their podcast. So identifying guests, coming up with questions, doing the research, inviting them, running the audio equipment, posting that up online, editing that. It's been a blast. We've had 32 episodes now, totally student run. So we're very proud of what they're learning through the podcast. We do a space camp, send students a totally accessible space camp, or any student in Kansas who's blind can apply for that. It's a small number of students who go, but we drive them down there, chaperone them, and they have a great experience in Huntsville, Alabama. We do Trailblazer weekends. We do blind sports camps. This May we'll be doing a blind sports camp on campus. And we're proud of 2 students. One is a KC scholar, and we think he is applying for a full ride scholarship at Wichita State. He's totally blind, and he is able to do high-level math. He wants to do biomechanical or biomedical engineering. I'm not even sure what that is, but he's pursuing that and determined to do it. And then one of our students, somebody mentioned NWEA, which is a testing agency. And what does it stand for, Bert?
I can't tell you, National, that's it, Northwest Education.
Yeah, they offered one of our students an paid internship this summer because they saw what he was doing with our computer science class, doing accommodations that we need that person. So we're excited about that. Our field services, we have 15 people who are trained, usually highly trained, dual certified or triple certified, who provide services in conjunction with schools across the state. If you need help, they can call us. We're not interested in bringing students to our campus. We're interested in helping them where they are at. And they do lots with assessments, a lot of vision assessments, functional vision assessments, learning media assessments, looking at your caseload and saying, do you have the right proportion of teachers spending time with students? If you have 3 Braille readers, that's a big caseload. That's a lot of time. Sometimes you just have maybe 15 students who are low vision and don't require so much time, but we can help with that. And we have a lot of online courses too. Aside from computer science, you can have teachers sign up for Braille courses. We have music Braille courses. So there's lots of online options that we encourage staff to sign up for. Parents can learn Braille. And so that's a little bit about who we are. Again, it was a pleasure to be here. I encourage you to reach out to me if you have questions, if you have students. We're here to help.
I see your hand up by Tobias.
Yes, I do. So Trish had mentioned just now on the chat, can we get a link to that podcast? I also put in the link in the chat a link to WSU Tech at the technical college level has a culinary arts technical certificate for the blind and visual impaired. And so I thought this is a nice way to translate the stuff that I work on at Kansas Board of Regents and help with to see how that is a possibility for our youth with visual impairments.
Yeah, I'm only a little bit familiar with the program, Wichita State. We partner a lot with Envision. I'm not sure if Envision is involved in that. Wichita State has, they do a great job with accessibility now for students who are blind. So a lot of our students end up enrolling there after they leave us. I did post a link to Bias to the podcast. If anybody's interested, you can go Simplecast or Google Podcast or whatever you use and check it out. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you for that.
Any questions from anyone? I'm just sad that there's not more going on. I have a page and a half.
No kidding.
So that's exciting. I'm glad you reported that out, John, because there's a lot of things I found out I didn't know. So thank you.
I was gonna say this is Lindsay Graff, but from the field, like, we haven't worked directly with you guys. We have worked with the School for the Deaf, and I think the statement that you made that we're not trying to get all your kids on our campus is something the field really needs to just know and embrace, because I think oftentimes you're like, oh no, they're gonna try, and then there's money, right? It's not about that. It's really about helping the kids where they're at first. And I think that that's something the field needs to truly help spread that word for you.
The board asked us in 2017 to really beef up our outreach, we call them field services, but we hire any chance we get because we know the need is there. And I do think districts like it when we come to them and aren't just waiting on our campus for kids to show up. That doesn't make sense. We have to meet the need where it is and help them where they are. And most of the time, that's the way it works. It's the way it's designed. So thank you for that.
This is Carrie. So you failed to mention the best beans you've never seen.
Yeah. So as part of our transition program, I mentioned our project search and I mentioned college, but for kids in what we call our Project Life program, these are kids with developmental disabilities and blindness. And we kind of skipped all the programs and just said, let's build a business around coffee. So the kids really have built a business called the Braille Bee. And that's the best coffee never seen.
That's their motto.
And so they are.
Best coffee you've never seen.
Yeah.
I love that.
They're roasting beans. They have gone up to a roaster in the Northland, although they now want to buy, we're trying to look for funding for a big roaster. But they roast beans, they package them, they market them, they deliver them, they sell them on Squarespace. And they're learning a lot of real life skills through that program. Sales are through the roof and production's a little down. We're getting a little worried about that. But they're making all kinds of money and we give that back, to the kids. And we're excited about where it's gone because it's just it's real stuff. It's real life and they're having a blast with it. And those are the kinds of things I think that, that anybody can do really, if you think creatively. And we've had a lot of luck with our nonprofit, the KC Blind All Stars has helped us a lot of times with funding for things like a new roaster or an espresso machine. We do espressos on campus too. Our transition kids are, steaming milk and working with, hot coffee, but it's a good skill. And one of our students now is working back in Wichita at a coffee shop, I think. I don't know which one. Oh, it's the one out in Mays. Who's from Mays? There's a coffee shop out on the west side of town. Anyway, so yeah, if you're interested, I'll post it online. Again, if we're doing plugs here, I'll post this online too.
So this is Carrie. So at the TGI conference, they had everything in a small area, so I could see all the graphics and the marketing and the slogans. It's all student generated, and it's really sharp.
Did you?
I mean, it's good. That's very impressive and creative.
Yeah, well, we've hired, one of our staff came from a communications company, so she's helped us with that. But the kids are, they came up with a name, they do the work. And now we'll see where it goes, but it's been a lot of fun. Oxytocin, yeah.
Well, thank you, John. That was a great report. And we have one ex officio report to go, and that's from the State School for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing. I don't know that Luann was gonna provide a report today, was she?
Luann had to get off early. She said she provided a report in April.
Okay, so Luann's gonna provide a report in April to us. She had to
Okay.
get off early.
Okay, very good. Does anybody else have anything more for the good of the cause? So there was a couple of announcements of different conferences that were of options for members to attend upcoming. As you see those or as you find those, please share those with Kayla so that she can share those with the rest of the members. I know that in my world, I don't often see many of those special education specific conferences. So I would appreciate any and all assistance with that. Do we have any other comments?
Just want to thank everybody for coming for breakfast. You made it this morning. You made this a very great day for those board members. They left here full and happy. So I hope the board meeting went that way. And we'll see you all again in April. And if you have any business that you want to do before then, just contact Tobias or send it to me and we'll get the executive leadership group together. And we'll figure out if we need to have an online meeting beforehand. But April 13th is the next meeting.
Well, very good. Well, a couple of thank yous. Thank you to all the speakers today. I really appreciate the thoroughness with which you shared your information, both from the members and also the thoughtful discussion from members and non-members. I also want to remind you to keep Jennifer King's niece in your thoughts. Also, big thank you to Kayla with behind the scenes, and thank you to our interpreters, Emily and Allison. And with that, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
It's Marvin Miller. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Lindsay Graff, I second.
Very good. It's been moved and seconded. Let's get the poll up and let's get those that are in the room that would motion to, or excuse me, that would vote to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign.
All right. We all get caught fast.
Yeah. Can you vote, please? Somebody else vote. Yes. Yeah. I did it yesterday.
Very good. It's approved that we are adjourned. Thank you very much to everyone. I'll see you in April.
And thank you, Tobias.
Just approving the agenda. No big deal.
She is to the early childhood.